それの嘘は出たな。あれが本当に生きてるかどうか確かめに行くんだ。
Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can say. Not a care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. Too loud. Oh. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6 year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone. Incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway.
Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. Somewhere we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving. A few years flew past you, and you worried. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described them. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Hey, don't move a muscle. Back. Don't move. Still got a vibe or have a glass of peanut or?
Oh, yeah, give me a glass, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Look at your fucking hand.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger. I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame to waste. By the wayside, you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake. Space. Space.
That was a good moment.
But I want you in it.
Play that on my, what do they call it?
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. And even though it made you hurt, you always tried to make it work, 'cause you believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. You're getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, a lot of change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. She said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, 'cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was never in question.
Hello? Hello? What's up? Hello. Who is this? How did you get in my computer? Get out of my computer! What are all these little cuties on my computer doing here? Get out of there! What's up? 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 River. How's it going? What's up, chat? What's up, friends? How's it cracking? How's it cracking? How are we doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hello, Salty Paints. Hello, Tech Tink. Hello, Midnight Dime. Hello, Arlie. Hello, Hansk. Hello, Gorbo. Hello, Midnight Dime. Hello, Seriously. Hello, Jaina. Hello, Baxapaf. Hello, Classic Banana Milk. Hello, CX. Hello, J Marianne. Hello, Dezarco. Hello, Fleeny Fiend. Good night, Fleeny Fiend. What's up, Multi TV? Yo. Who else up in here? What's up? 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 IZ. What's up? Who else? Hansk. Hello. Hi. Coffee Man Can. Hello. Hi. Hello. How's everybody doing? What's the haps? What's up, Starsec? What's up, Honey Honey? I mean, Honey Nut Beerios. Honey Butt. I was gonna call you Honey Butt Nereos. Oh man, that's kind of funny. Classic Honey Butt Trap, right? Classic. How's it going? What's up? How are we feeling today? Dude, I slept for like 1,000 hours. 1,500 hours. I gotta use that for my next alt. Thank you. You're welcome. Off to a great start. Dude, I went to bed at, I don't know, something stupid, like 8 something a.m. Dude, I didn't wake up until like 7:30 p.m. I don't know what happened. I don't know, like, how or like why. That's like insane. And so I didn't like do my makeup. I put like a little bit, like a little something on my eyes, but like I didn't like do any makeup or anything. I'm just here. I'm just here. I don't know what the fuck that was all about, but it is what it is, I guess. That's a great sleep, yeah. I won't need to sleep for a few days now. I can just stay up. I can just stay up now. That's how that works, right? That's how that works, right? Anyways, my new name now, less confusing to read, I hope. New name now. What was your name before, Multi? What was your name before? Oh wait, you just took the U out. Same thing, added a letter. You took the U out, right? I think. I don't know. But what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? How's everybody feeling? Battery full? Right. 48-hour stream. Now the U is gone. Fuck it. We're doing it. Fucking subathon, bitch. Just kidding. I don't think I could ever handle a subathon, to be honest. I should probably do something like that. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know if I would be able to handle it. You know what I'm saying? Soybathon. That's, wow. Well, that's what we would call it. Well, it's decided that's what we would call it if we did have a subathon. I could never. Dude, I mean, I guess a lot of people just like will go off camera or like sleep and then leave some videos on or something. But like, I don't know. I feel like if I was gonna do it, I would like really do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want y'all to see me lose my mind on stream. But I don't know. I don't think I'm ready for that. We'll see. Someday when I grow up. 24 hours of pure unadulterated soy, right? The longest stream I've ever done was like 6 hours and I was losing my shit. Really? You stream? That's cool. What do you stream? 6 hours tends to be my normal like amount, like kind of like usually as long as I'll go lately, which I think is good because in comparison to what I was doing was like a minimum 8 or 9 hours, like usually like 9 or 10 was not good. People have done it where they pause the timer when they get off, then resume it again the next day. Yeah, that's kind of like, yeah, I guess that works. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's cheating. I don't know. I used to stream. I mean, obviously that's like way better for your own fucking health. So I understand it and I obviously support it. But like, I just feel like, I don't know, it's cheating. I used to stream STEM Lord stuff, just starting to stream art stuff, traditional 2D and 3D. Word. Well, that's cool. I think it was like my third stream after affiliate or something like that, where I just casually pulled like 17 hours or something stupid. That's fucking insane. No big deal. Fucking affiliate. Let's go. Streamer grind is so crazy. Streamer grind is really interesting. It's really interesting. It's really a unique grind. It's a unique job, I'll say. What's up, 288? Hello. It was fun though. Well, hey, as long as you're having fun. Grind this. Hey, yo. Careful what you wish for. Careful what you wish for. Uh-oh. Here comes the part where I'm starting to regret not putting on any makeup. Here comes the part. Here comes the boom. Where I regret not putting on any makeup. So you know what, chat? We're gonna do a little get ready with me real quick. Nothing crazy. I'm just gonna put something on my face. Don't talk. Don't judge me. Anyways, how are you all feeling? What's up, Inkfrog? How's everybody? What's everybody's word of the day? If you had to describe the way you're feeling right now with one word, what would it be? What would it be? Mine would be sleep. Because I fucking slept for so long and I don't know what the fuck happened there with that. Anxious. I feel it. Hustle. Okay. Farts. Okay. Snotty. Uh-oh. You got a runny nose, anime titties. Lackadaisical. What does that word mean? I know that word, but I don't know what it means off the top of my head. Lackadaisical. It's a good word. Actually, I changed it to optimistic. Okay. I love that. I mean, it's okay to like, you know, obviously it's an exercise to like try to, you know, give less power to your emotions and understand them better. But like, you know, I understand feeling anxious and optimistic if you got something big coming up. Some shit going on. I've been going back and forth between the two all day. I feel that. Yep, I've been sick these past few days. No, that sucks. How long have you been streaming for? 35 minutes and 13 seconds. Oh, like, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Like, in life. So dumb. I'm so dumb. How long have I been streaming for? I started streaming, it's been a little over a year now. I started streaming in January of 2022. So it's January of last year, so now it is March. I think I got affiliate, or no. Yeah, affiliate in February or March of last year. So I've been an affiliate for about a year, and streaming total for a little bit more than a year. A little bit more. What's up, Sarsec? Sarsec was there. Sarsek's an OG. My feeling when I got arthritis at 18. What? Fuck. Arthritis? Damn. I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucking no fun. That's fucking no fun. Damn. I have like a form of arthritis. I have a form of arthritis. We've talked about it. It's an autoimmune disorder called ankylosing spondylitis. And my spine is essentially fusing my vertebrae. So the cartilage in between my vertebrae that makes everything nice and smooth or whatever, cushiony, is hardening. So what that basically means is over time my spine is fusing. So I have to like keep active. I have to keep moving, otherwise, like, just in order to just, because there's no curing it, it's just slowing down the process and then dealing with flare-ups. Luckily, for some reason, I haven't experienced very many flare-ups lately, which is just like intense pain. Like, I'll wake up in the morning and I'll just not be able to get out of bed because my hips will be like just in insane pain. So like, and it's so bad where like if I sneeze or if I cough or anything like that, it'll just send like a shooting like pain up and down my whole body, and it's like crippling. Like, it used to be like, I haven't had it this bad luckily in a while, but it would get so bad where if I was walking and I would sneeze or something, or just like like go like that, there was a couple times where I've collapsed because of just like coughing and then just like instant pain and just like, oh, they're just like fucking falling on the ground. It's insane. But I've been fucking knocking on wood. Hopefully I continue this streak of no flare-ups. So I feel you in that struggle of being like being a relatively young person and having shit like that sucks. Fucking sucks. Sounds super intense. It is when it's bad. Like when the flare-ups are bad, it is pretty intense. But like right now I'm great. Like I could go fucking work out, I could go hop a fence if I wanted to, like run away from cops, like whatever, be fine. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. You are a warrior for dealing with that and still doing what you want. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, that's why this job is like an ideal job, right? Because it's like, one, if I am in that much pain and I don't want to go to work, I don't have to go to work. Like that was a problem in my last real job, where it was like I had a problem with I used up all my sick days. Like I would use up my sick days really quickly, because if I had flare-ups, like it would be impossible for me to go to work. And some days I would be forced to go to work, and I would just be in an intense pain. Like, it was terrible. And I'm just like sitting in an office all day on the phone, like and like fucking just typing, and like just, it was fucking terrible. So yeah, like it got to a point where I had no like protections anymore. Like I had talked to like all the higher ups I could possibly do, like try to get all the way up into corporate and to get like some kind of protection, and I lost all my protection from HR. And after a while, it was like if I keep, like, it got so bad, like if I kept getting having problems with like my attendance and stuff, like I would get fucking X'd out, even though I was like really good at my job. It didn't matter. But yeah, so like I was lucky to be able to, like, that on top of a bunch of other stresses about that job, you know what I mean, got piled up so high. It was like I was fucking miserable. And luckily I was making enough money off of music to where I could quit and just try. I was like, I'm just gonna go hard on music and see if I can do this, and quit my job and see if I can make it work. And I was able to do it for a while, and I was like, all right, I need to like expand my sources of income, blah blah blah. And I started streaming music, and then the rest is history. The rest is history. I stopped doing music, and now I'm talking about politics. Take care of yourself, though. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Capitalism, yeah. For me, I've got a sacroiliitis. So my sacroiliac joint that holds all of my weight has crazy bad inflammation and arthritis. Fuck, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, today has been an arthritis flare up for me, so I've been sore as fuck, so I feel that. Fuck, I'm sorry, Ink Frog. I feel you. Yeah, I mean, I went through that whole story just pretty much to tell you that I feel you, and I understand. Forlorn, what's up? Yeah, you became a reactionary streamer. That I did. That I did. A reactionary streamer that will never get partnered because Gremlo can't get partnered, and I would say I'm even less like accessible. My content is even less accessible than someone like Gremlo, so there's no fucking way I'm getting fucking partnered as a reactionary streamer on Twitch. We say pushing through it though, we have to. What else is there, you know? What else is there? There isn't really much else to do but that. What's up, Manwich? Autoimmune inflammation gang. Gang shit, real. To lighten the mood for when you're ready to start? Oh no. What did you do? What now, dude? Unlucky. Cock. Feeling Fiends packing 4 inches left. There's an 82% chance that Fleety is a fake leftist. It's a perfect picture. That's funny. Autoimmune pancreas suicide gang? What? Okay, relax. Okay, relax. What's up, Smooch? What's up, Tech Tank? What's up, Round Girl? Got drunk, now not so drunk, and now Tofu is here. Word. Hello. Hello, it is me, Tofu. Hi. Well, we have lots of fucking news. There's like so much news, and a lot of it is around like SVB and stuff like that. So we're gonna do, you know, a little bit of that, but I'm not gonna, I'm try to diversify the content, the stories that we cover, so that we're not just sitting here talking about banks all fucking day. And that way I don't have any fucking weirdo fucking know-it-all chatters coming in here telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about when I know that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to the specifics of banking. The fuck? I'm not a fucking banker. The fuck? Do I look like a capitalist to you? Bitch. So we'll do a little bit of learning around that today. See what's going on. See what the updates are. Yo, all the autoimmune issues, homies, in the chats are rising up. So real. So real. Still one guide the next day. That shit pissed me off. A bank is where money is at sometimes. Yeah, that's what they want you to think. That's what they want you to think. You know what I mean? That is what they want you to think. If it makes you feel better, the bankers didn't seem to know how banking works either. So Swagger Dagger. All right. Yeah, but we have plenty of news, plenty of politics, and then plenty of chess and fun stuff to do later. A bank is the side of a river. True. That's true. So we have lots of stuff to do, but what we're gonna do, because my coffee just hit me, I need to like stop doing, I need to make sure I pee before I hop on stream. We're gonna run an ad break now, that way we don't have to do it later, and we'll have even longer of a time without ads. You know what I mean? While we're covering the news, doing actual content. So before we get into that, we're gonna run an ad now and get it out of the way. I run ads while I'm away from the stream, that way nobody misses anything. But if you would like to support the stream, support the community, and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes on top of your ad-free viewing experience, maybe consider subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or maybe you're already subscribed and you want to help out one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community with an ad-free viewing experience. Maybe consider gifting a sub. That way one of our friends can enjoy those same perks. We're currently at 0 out of 20, just starting off the day for our daily sub goal. Every little bit really helps, and every little bit is very much appreciated. I'll be right back. BRB, 3 minutes. BRB, BRB, BRB. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we're back. You pee a lot, might want to get that looked at. LOL, I never have to pee until I fall asleep. Listen, I know I pee a lot. I have actually talked to my doctor about it, and the only thing that came of it, multiple times by the way, the only thing that's come of it, me being like, hey, do I like have cancer or some shit? Like, you know, what's up? They're like, no, you need to stop drinking so much damn caffeine. And I'm like, okay, but what else? Are you sure I don't have cancer? Are you sure? Cheers. Yeah, I'm not doing that. like I was like, I don't know if you understand like what you're saying to me right now, but what are my other options? Like, what else can we do about this besides that? Like, what do you mean? Stop drinking like, what? Do you know who I am? Like, you're crazy, bro. You're crazy. You're out of your mind. Yeah, what do you mean, doc? Is there any invasive surgery I can go through instead? Right, like, can you maybe like chop off a limb? Like, what can we do about this? What can we do? Can you strap me up to like some electrodes and zap me? Like, what do we need to do? I'm gonna need a second opinion on that. Yeah, what's up, llama? Get a caffeine vape? I've thought about that, but how regulated are those things? I imagine that they're not, and I am scared of them. Like, in the same way that I'm kind of scared of, not like scared, but like I'm weary? Weary? Is that the word I'm looking for? Like, wary of weed vapes and stuff, because of like how unregulated it is, and like the shit that people put in their fucking in their oil or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I'm afraid of that shit. It was a joke. I wouldn't do it either. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, I've thought about it though, because like if somebody here has an experience with the caffeine vape and it works and it doesn't like kill you, like, I'm fucking down. If anything, that's cool, because it's also I get the you know, the oral fixation of like smoking, which is great. Weed vapes are terrible for you. Yeah. Caffeine is adiuretic. Adiuretic. What does that mean? No matter the delivery method? So wait. Oh, so you're saying a diuretic. A diuretic. Okay, got it. Yeah, diuretic. Okay, got it. So even if I took like caffeine pills, it would still make me pee? You still piss? Fuck, dude. Yeah, well, I guess I'm just gonna piss myself to death then. That it is just what it is. What's up, Zarian? Pee-pee maker. I guess it is what it is, you know? Like, what am I gonna do then? What do we do? What do we do about it? It's not inherently bad as long as you don't hold it. Yeah, I mean, I try not to. I try to just go whenever I can. Hydrate. You trying to make me pee myself, Tech Tink? You trying to make me pee? Getting surgery to add extra piss storage to my body so I only have to go. That's a good idea. Why didn't my doctor suggest that? Cheers. Remember to hydrate, chat. All that cycling is good overall, in my opinion. So is that it? It's just an inconvenience. It's not necessarily bad that I'm peeing all the time. It's just like an inconvenience. Is that what you're saying? Bladder expansion DLC, yeah. Adderall works pretty good. Okay, well then I gotta get a whole other diagnosis for that. Which I'm down, which I probably, come on, like, we all have ADD, dude, ADHD. We all do, every single one of us. Like, it's not, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. You grew up with fucking flashing screens around you. You know, that's it. That's it. I guess like most things that could indicate a problem, but you could be totally fine and your body just makes a lot of water. Correct. All right, well, it is what it is then. That's sounding so good, even my bladder. Chill, bruh. Chill. The coca plant is a natural stimulant used for many years. Got it. Doc's orders, crush them up and get a straw. Yep, Doc's orders. All right. All right, chat. Let's get into it. We have lots of news. We have lots of politics. We have lots of chess and comfy videos and things to do with each other. Let's just fucking get into it. Let's just get right into it because we do have a lot. For whatever reason, AP didn't post a new Today in History, so I found an old one from them. Today in History, March 13th.
March 13th, 1852. Uncle Sam, that iconic symbol of the United States, debuts as a cartoon character in a New York newspaper.
Lame.
1925. In Tennessee, a law that prohibits the teaching of the theory of evolution takes effect. Months later, the law is challenged in court in what becomes known as the Scopes Monkey Trial.
Bro's hairline is all kind of crazy. Where even is it?
The law is challenged in court in what becomes known as the Scopes Monkey Trial. 1996.
First everything was normal, and then there was 8 gunshots, and then the police came and everything got so noisy, and I got scared.
In Dunblane, Scotland, a gunman opens fire on a class of kindergartners at an elementary school. The gunman kills 16 children and a teacher before killing himself.
Jesus Christ.
1947.
It's almost like being in love.
In New York, the musical Brigadoon by Alan J. Lerner and Frederick Lowe opens on Broadway. Today in History, March 13th. Mike Gracia, the Associated
That was dark,
Press.
bro. That was dark. And this didn't even save it, man. Damn. That was dark as fuck. All right, let's get filled in. Fill me up.
We've got banks failing, drama with online and mainstream creators alike, absolutely wild international news. January 6th is being whitewashed. We're going to talk about all that and so much more on your brand new Monday Philip DeFranco show. So buckle up, hit that like button if you like these big shows, and let's just jump into it. Starting with, is the 2008 crash all over again, or are people just freaking out? That's something that people were asking over the weekend because we saw Silicon Valley Bank suddenly collapse with its $209 billion in assets, making it the...
How is McConnell doing? I haven't heard anything about him. I saw that he was released from the hospital today. So I don't want to cover that. I don't want to cover such bad news.
Largest bank failure since the Great Recession and the second largest ever. And if you're sitting there like, who the hell is SVB? Is that a CSI unit? No, and don't worry, you weren't the only one. And that's because SVB doesn't really cater to consumer level customers, but rather to startups, tech firms, and venture capital. Right, it's where the likes of Peter Thiel and his buddies have money. Right, so let's break down how everything fell apart. So like most banks, SVB only has a modest amount of customers' funds on hand in cash, with them placing the rest in long-term investments such as treasury bonds. But then the US hiked up interest rates, and the bonds it had suddenly looked way worse because they were at far lower rates. And this came to a head when, due to worries about the economy as a whole, many startups started to pull money out of SVB. But the issue was SVB didn't have that money on hand, and the bonds that it did have weren't worth nearly as much because they had a lower interest rate, so they sold them at a steep loss. With SVB being public about their situation on Wednesday, and from there it just cascaded with everyone rushing to pull their money out. So much so that just 2 days later, by Friday, the California Department of Financial Protection shuttered the bank and handed its remaining $173 billion over to the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So that's why you may have seen many in the tech and startup world freaking out over the weekend, or their cash seemingly in limbo, people not knowing if payroll is going to be met, places like Etsy warning its sellers that many payments will be delayed. We also saw the stock market take a hit, but also that's in line with trends over the last few months, so it's hard to say it specifically from this. Right, on one hand, smaller regional banks all took major hits and customers began to doubt them, with San Francisco's First Republic notably getting the spotlight for losing about 60% of its value. But we saw larger banks like JP Morgan Chase having been far more stable. And that might be because while SVB is the second largest collapse ever, it's actually a pretty small player in the entire banking system. Or the argument is, sure, in the tech world, world. It's a major player, but it's just one sector of the economy, and its $209 billion in assets is nothing compared to the over $3 trillion places like JP Morgan Chase have. We've all seen the blame game beginning, with politicians like Senator Bernie Sanders claiming that former President Donald Trump's policies led to this, right? And that's because Trump signed some rules back in 2018 that lowered how often smaller banks like SVB have to actually stress test their investments, which it's argued could have possibly prevented this. But also, SVB specifically reportedly had fundamental issues. Things like, and it's wild because they're a fucking bank, they didn't have a chief risk officer for 8 months. And notably, during that time, things have been absolutely crazy for the venture capital market. So, you know, a body there that seems
Chief
to know what it's
risk
doing
officer.
Also, with all this, we're seeing the federal government currently getting praise from both parties because of this situation, right? And that because the FDIC quickly moved last night to solve the problem in a series of announcements saying they would be taking over the bank and covering the deposits of it and another small regional bank that similarly collapsed. Additionally, they fired all of SVB's leadership, saying starting today, depositors and borrowers will have customer service and access to their funds by ATM, debit cards, and writing checks in the same manner as before. Silicon Valley Bank's official checks will continue to clear, and adding loan customers should continue making loan payments as usual. And this is an absolutely massive deal because normally the FDIC only covers $250,000 per customer account. But you have the Fed reassuring us that no losses associated with the resolution of Silicon Valley Bank will be borne by the taxpayer. And that was probably added to make clear that the FDIC is funded by fees against banks and that it would be selling off SVB's assets to recoup the funds. Also, very likely because the last time the banks were bailed out, it was by taxpayers and we were understandably pissed. Although, key thing, it doesn't cover shareholders or debtors, leaving some to wildly speculate that investors will start pulling out of the economy. On the other side, you have people arguing you shouldn't be protected from bad investments. That's the kind of risk that you're taking on. Additionally, with this, there will likely be mixed reactions to the Federal Reserve's other plan to safeguard the economy, loans to banks. Right? It's still slightly worried that despite everything it's doing, some customers still might make runs on their banks. So to help with liquidity, it's offering 1-year loans for banks to get an infusion of actual cash or collateral. Although right now, it's unclear how strict it's going to be about that collateral. With all that said, President Joe Biden wanted to make sure that no one was freaking out this morning, which is why they de-thawed him and had him come out to explain all of it. And Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe. Your deposits will be
He said de-thawed him.
or when you need them. You know, that is incredibly important because really the system only works if there's trust. And based off of how the insanely rich fucks in this world handle the money, it's hard to trust it, which is exactly why all my money is invested in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles action figures. And then women be working. That is not the name of my comedy special, but rather just statistics. With Axios reporting that the number of women in the workforce last month was actually higher than pre-pandemic levels for the first time, happening much sooner than experts had been predicting. With reportedly the biggest jump happening in the hospitality and leisure sector, with 105,000 of the 311,000 jobs being added in February happening there. And then in entertainment news, we start with the question and debate of are Christians being maligned in Hollywood? With that debate being started by, of all people, Dwight Schrute, or rather the actor who played Dwight, Rainn Wilson, who apparently watched last week's episode of Last of Us and had some feelings. Also, if you're afraid of spoilers, skip 30 seconds. Rainn was talking about the character David, who identifies himself.
Spoilers, I guess. I'm not watching this, so I don't know.
Be a pastor once
Spoilers.
in Delhi. Though David ends up being a very bad guy, and very bad guy is not the best way to describe it. Like on a show where you see horrific things, he might actually take the case as the actual worst person on it. He's a preacher, but it seems like he's actually running more of a cult. He's a cannibal. He's feeding people to people without them knowing. He tries to assault and even murder Ellie. And so you had Rainn Wilson, who's actually a member of the Baha'i faith, tweeting, I do think there's an anti-Christian bias in Hollywood.
Baha'i?
The David character in The Last of Us started reading from the Bible.
Wait, Baha'i? The Baha'i faith is like super trippy.
Knew that he was going to be a horrific villain.
He's also a pedo.
Preacher on a show who's actually loving and kind. And in response, you had plenty agreeing, saying Hollywood is dishonest for this kind of portrayal, saying that it's a tired trope to make Christians the villain, arguing it's meant to undermine faith and position the secular-minded as the only ones with altruistic intention. Though others shooting that take down, saying, I say this as a Christian. Maybe if more people saw loving and kind Christians in their lives, that would be represented on screen. But today, corporate Christianity is given over to angry people who only preach what they personally hate instead of sharing and practicing love. Or with people arguing,
like what? There's no shortage of positive, like you have had no shortage of positive, like Christian, like of Christians being like shown in a positive light in society. Like what are you like what? Shut the fuck up. Just don't watch it. You fucking goober. Like don't watch the shut up. Like make your own movie then about Christians. Like what? Stop. Yeah, just close your eyes. Hallmark Channel. Extra, read all about it. Christians are the fucking bad guys, always have been. They don't need any help being villains. Tofu playing a game. What? Oh, if you have played the game, the plot is almost identical. I haven't played the game. I have the first I think it's the first. I have it. I haven't played it yet because you shut up. Because fuck. Okay, listen. I don't know. I have a short attention span. Maybe we'll play video games today just so I can just to spite Round Girl.
Many Christians have this bad reputation because of misogyny, homophobia, trans.
I recommend either.
Also pointing to
I mean, I'd probably play the game because it sounds like fun. But I've heard it's also like a tearjerker, you know, and it's like that's like an experience to go through. So it's like, I don't know. And it's just the first part so far, at least.
Like the Catholic Church and pedophilia. With people arguing maybe predatory Christian.
I don't believe that you have a console. You think that I just have this here for fun? You think that this is just for fun? What is this? The fuck is this? I can't pull the console out because it's behind my display, okay? But what the fuck is this? For clout. Yeah, for clout. All the clout that I get from having a PlayStation 5 controller on my desk. Stolen gamer valor. You watch it.
One of predatory Christian practices.
It's a prop. Fuck you guys.
End of the spectrum, saying there's positive representation of Christianity in Hollywood as well. People saying take a look at Barbara Howard on Abbott Elementary. She's a Christian woman who's a devoted teacher and colleague, who's an all-around gem of a woman.
You can buy those controllers and use them on a computer. Well, I don't. I can't. I was trying to figure out how I could show you my fucking thing. I can't. I can't fucking show you. I swear.
The actress who plays Barbara even responding, teacher, not preacher, Barbara Howard, as well as more general things like the embrace of Christmas, how everything seems to have a Christmas episode. And Rainn Wilson clarified his take on Twitter today, noting that he is not Christian himself and adding that of course it's true that the evangelical political coalition is doing a great deal of damage to our country, but also saying that most of the Christians that he knows personally are loving and accepting and deserve to be represented as such.
Okay,
hey,
good for you.
Ask the question
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Those good Christians, this is my thing about the good Christians, is like most of these good Christians who don't act in this way don't actually follow their faith. Like they're not actually like really into their religion. They're just like, I was baptized as a kid. You know what I mean? I used to go to church sometimes. I haven't gone to church in a while. It's like when you are a good Christian, you are usually not even really actually a Christian. You just vaguely believe like, yeah, like I believe in God and like, you know, I was raised Christian and so like I am a Christian. Like that, come on the fuck on. Your Christian friends that are good, the ones that don't like hate gay people are like not real Christians. Like I don't know how else to tell you this. Like the good Christians are not actual Christians. It's just, I'm sorry. Like that's just like straight up. Like I'm sorry. Like it's just the truth.
What are you thinking? How you feeling? And why? And then we had Oscars highlights, with Everything Everywhere All at Once being the absolute big winner, taking home Best Picture, Best Director, Best Original Screenplay, as well as 3 of the 4 acting categories, with a BAMF that is Michelle Yeoh making history by becoming the first Asian woman to win Best Actress. Ke Huy Quan also sending the audience into tears after he accepted Best Supporting Actor. Though that wasn't the only movie making history last night. Black Panther: Wakanda Forever costume designer Ruthie Carter became the first black
Did
woman
I offend any Christians? I apologize, but do you at least understand where I'm coming from, like on that?
More than one Oscar, with both of her trophies coming from her work on Black Panther films. Another big winner was All Quiet on the Western Front, which won 4 awards.
Okay.
And as far as drama for the night, those would be connected to the night's kind of biggest upsets. Well, you saw many people happy for her online. You also saw so many people kind of shocked that Jamie Lee Curtis beat out Angela Bassett for Best Supporting Actress. Where I'll end this segment is with a massive shout out to Brendan Fraser, who won Best Actor for The Whale, completing his Hollywood comeback. And it was cool to see because, you know, looking back, it's so weird that he was kind of the it man and then he just kind of got thrown away and he has now persevered and come back. Though I also know there were a lot of people upset that Austin Butler didn't win for Elvis. And to that, I would say maybe next time don't make a 2-hour, 39-minute movie.
Who here in chat watches the Oscars? Like, I'm not, you know, no, like, I'm just curious. Like, I'm just curious. Like, I could see, like, when people, like, I could see if you're really into film, you're really into movies, you're like a movie nerd, film nerd, like whatever. Like, I could see you still wanting to watch the Oscars, but like, do you actually, if anybody is that or like likes the Oscars or whatever, like, do you actually think that the Oscars, like the Academy, is like a good, I don't know, not good organization, but like do do you think it like actually means anything? Like, what do you think? What is your thoughts on if you are like a fan of the Oscars or like think it's cool? Like, what is your thoughts on that? Like, is it just that because I feel like it's just that it's such an old institution and it's like it's been around for so long that we still like uphold it as like yes, this is where, you know, this is the Oscars and the Grammys, like they've been around for many years, so we just recognize them as like these the game is rigged. Yeah. Right? The Academy ultimately doesn't matter. Tofu's trying to learn about Oscar. The only award show that matters is the Streamer Awards. I'm a massive film nerd, and yeah, it's hacky and superficial as fuck. That's what I feel like, right? It's like, how many times is like the real best movies or like the most, I don't know, groundbreaking films like not been recognized by the Academy? I don't know. The Academy ultimately doesn't matter. No one watches the Oscars. I think the Academy is doing shit is ever doing shit right. Just watch your movies and enjoy them. Yeah, I think it's stupid. It's liberal. No one outside of Hollywood people actually cares about the Oscars, to be honest. We should have better awards shows with fireworks and sword juggling. I watch it but disagree with the Academy mostly, though. It's rigged indeed. The Northman was the best movie of 2022. Never heard of it. It's the most prestigious award show in business. Right. Like that's, it's, but does it deserve that prestige in this day is my question. The Northman kind of sucked, really. I mean, I haven't seen it. It has a history of racism. I like the Grammys sometimes.
Side note, when I Googled to make sure that it was 2 hours, 39 minutes so I could poke the beehive, I found out that Baz Luhrmann actually said there is a 4-hour version. And then, in online drama news, one of the biggest things was we saw a creator by the name of Sneeko take a special L. For those unfamiliar, to save you time and brain cells, you just need to know that he's kind of like Andrew Tate light. Essentially, in that he echoes everything Andrew Tate says, but has like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the success. Also, he loves Nazi Nick Fuentes. And over the weekend, he tried to paint himself as a noble victim, tweeting, "Pattern recognition. This collage is everyone who advocated for my cancellation," which is the centerpiece of
like, imagine being triggered by any of these pattern. Like, I don't even know who this is or this or this. I know Ethan. I don't know. I know Hunter. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy or this guy. But like, why? Imagine being triggered by any of them. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's some good people in there.
This collage is everyone who advocated for my cancellation, which the centerpiece of that collage, Charlie Moist Critical responded, "Holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation, that's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck." Sneeko then,
"Go off. Like this tweet if you want to see us fight." Classic, dude. You can't back it up. You can't back up your shit with any sort of like knowledge or whatever, or any sort of like, you don't have anything. So you're just like, hey, fuck you. Let's fight. Classic. Let's just fuck you. Fight me. Classic, dude.
They're trying to turn this into like an online.
Like, what does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. It just proves that like you work out, you train as a fighter or whatever, you punch somebody hard enough. Like, what does that mean? It still means you're a piece of shit. It still means you're a piece of shit. You still haven't justified your life's work. You know what I mean? You still haven't justified any of like the fucking bullshit that you spew. All you've done is just like proven that you're a fucking brain dead meathead, fucking like goofball. They should leg wrestle. You're gonna fight Charlie, bro, you will die. Oh yeah, also Charlie is fucking yoked. Not that like being yoked is the only thing that like you need to be in order to win a fight, but it's so dumb.
Boxing thing. Also regarding what Charlie was referencing, apparently in the past, Sneeko defended the Netflix film Cuties. And regarding the girlfriend reference, that came from a podcast back in 2021, where Sneeko described going to a sex party with his then girlfriend, an experience he called traumatic, in fact, so much so he ended up leaving the room. And saying on the podcast, it felt like somebody was taking something from me, like someone violating my property. We've been to like 4 of these parties now, which is also part of the reason over the last 2 years, people have joked that guys fucked his girlfriend so good that it fucked misogyny into him, or given his whole anti-hate shtick. So yeah, now both of us know all that useless information. And then, this is Marissa Barnwell. She's a 9th grade student student at River Bluff High School in Lexington, South Carolina. She's there with her family, and they are now suing her school district for violating her First Amendment rights as well as for pain and emotional distress. And this because reportedly a staff member pushed Marissa into a wall when she didn't stop to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
What?
According to the lawsuit, last November, Marissa was just walking in the hallway while the pledge was playing over the intercom. She was then stopped by a staff member who allegedly pushed Marissa into a wall to make her say the pledge and then took her to the principal's office. With Marissa saying, "I could tell that this outrage and anger..."
Paganox, what's up? How's it going?
Well, shit.
Well, shit. Thank you for 6 months, Paganox. How are you? Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Her was
also, everybody go follow Paganox. They stream. Go follow. Go follow.
And she targeted me because I was black, with the principal sending Marissa back to class and telling her that they would review the security footage of the incident. And looking into this is actually a weird, interesting story. According to South Carolina law, the pledge actually must be said every day, but students can't be punished for not participating, with the law explaining a person who does not wish to participate may leave the classroom, may remain in his seat, or may express his non-participation in any form.
Why? Yo, what's up? Ariana Jasmine Raid, how's it going? I hope you had a great stream. What's up, what's up? Raiders, welcome in. I'm Tofu Ghost. If you have never been here before, we talk about news and politics. We're starting off with a little bit of fucking lib news from Philip DeFranco. We're getting filled in, if you will. I hope you had a good stream, Ariana. Everybody go follow. They're very pog. Very pog. They also do politics. Also go follow them on TikTok. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. Hi.
Materially infringe upon the right of other persons or disrupt school activities. Marissa has reportedly not said the pledge since the 3rd grade after considering whether the promise of liberty and justice was really for all. Now, according to the family's attorney, the local police reviewed the footage and decided not to investigate further. And Marissa and her family have tried repeatedly to address their concerns regarding this incident with school and city officials, even attending a school board meeting back in January to try to discuss their displeasure with how the situation was handled, but no one was willing to speak with them about it. And all of that bringing us to a press conference last Thursday where the family and their attorney discussed the lawsuit, prompting the principal to reach out, saying he values his students as his own children. But Marissa's father is of the too little too late opinion. And Marissa saying in the press conference, the fact that this person attacked me and disrespected me completely just because of that, no one should have to be in school every day and have to face this person and have to face the same administration that let this happen.
No.
And so now, according to the school district's attorney responsible,
like, one, that law is bullshit. Like, think about what you're saying. Like, if you have to stop what you're doing, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing for this stupid fucking Pledge of Allegiance that is said every fucking day anyway, like, that's fucking goofy. Also, where's the fucking First Amendment here, right? Like, where's the First Amendment? You have to? You're forcing them to? No, that's fucking dumb. That's fucking dumb. Let alone on top of that, even given that it's like against the law, apparently, why the fuck would you fucking shove a fucking child? Like, what is your... Especially given what it was over. Like, what a piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. Like, if you're willing to do that because of that, then God knows what you're willing to do in any other situation. Like, what happens if there's like a fight and there's like a couple students are fighting or something? What are you gonna do? Just jump in? Or like start like what?
It will be filed in the next couple of weeks. We're gonna have to wait to see how all this plays out, but you just make sure you're subscribed and I'll fill you in. And then, with basketball, hockey, and concerts all in full...
No, stupid ads, no.
Few years...
No.
Event... No. Subscription to download the app. And then we're looking at a historic deal right now that could redraw the lines in the sand for the Middle East and for the world. Where on either side you have Saudi Arabia and Iran, and in the middle you have China, with the two Middle Eastern rivals coming together in Beijing on Friday to sign an agreement saying they will reopen their embassies within 2 months, notably putting an end to the 7-year-long diplomatic cutoff that began when the Saudis executed a prominent Shia cleric in 2016, which prompted rioters in Tehran to torch the Saudi embassy there. And this weekend's deal also revives 2 earlier agreements on trade and security from 1998 and 2001. But even more notably, this turn of events is huge because these two countries have been at each other's throats since the Iranian Revolution back in 1979, with them later competing for influence in post-2003 Iraq, then fighting proxy wars against each other in countries across the Middle East as conflicts spread further, like in Yemen, for example, where the Saudi-backed government's war on Iranian-backed rebels has caused one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, or in Syria, where the Iranian-backed government's war on Saudi-backed rebels has done the same, as well as Lebanon, where they also backed opposing factions in the civil war there.
And who supports Saudi? Who supports Saudi Arabia?
Why some observers are optimistic, some pessimistic, but almost all are hopeful that this deal will lead to...
I wonder who gives Saudi Arabia like weapons and stuff.
stability and peace, not just between these rivals, but in the region generally, with it also potentially throwing some cold water on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's reported plan to attack Iran's nuclear facility, since the Saudis are off the table as a potential ally. But also, a big aspect of this deal that everyone's focusing on is China's involvement as the broker, because it is a key thing. Beijing has steadily deepened its ties to the Middle East, with Xi Jinping hosting Iran's president last month and visiting the Saudi capital Riyadh back in December, which is incredibly important for China because it is by far the biggest consumer of Middle East energy exports.
Antarctica.
But they're also investing heavily in regional energy infrastructure in recent years as part of its Belt and Road Initiative. And unlike the United States, which has reduced its reliance on Gulf oil, China is more than willing to look past human rights abuses by governments in the region. Though, please don't get confused, I'm not saying Washington is some sort of beacon of morality.
Thank you for at least saying that. I feel like somehow he's getting forced to be a little bit more progressive and put in little tidbits like that, and I appreciate it, you know?
Feels like the lines in the sand the U.S. draws, not really based on morals, right? I mean, it's funded the Saudi war in Yemen for years, but China is also seen as a more neutral mediator since it has close ties with both Saudi Arabia and Iran, giving it the appearance that it can transcend rivalry. Whereas the United States is absolutely strangling Iran with sanctions, and it carries the historical baggage of numerous wars. Their drone strikes also support for...
Like, you want to take, like, China ignoring human rights violations? What you stack them all up, find them all the examples, and lie them right next to America's human rights violations and apologia.
Donated $3.
Oh shit.
Testing 123. Agent Tofu, the network is back up. NSA downloaded a virus with all their weird lewd torrents and we went down for a few days. Going to Saudi Arabia for a few weeks. See you on the other side.
Don't worry about that. You didn't hear that. That was fake. It was fake. Wow, that's a weird part of this video. That's so weird. It's so weird that this was included in the video. It's so weird. The fuck? Why does it look like it's paused right now? It's so weird. Thank you, CIA. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the donut.
So it very much looks like China could displace the United States as the regional empire. They get to pose as this maker of peace in a land notorious for war. A much needed PR boost for the country. Now, with all this, as far as Biden's reaction to everything, this is really all he had to say when a reporter asked him about it.
The better relations between Israel and the Arab neighbors, the better for everybody.
And then Britain's healthcare system is lurching into yet another crisis, and this one could be deadly. With as many as 61,000 junior doctors going on strike for the next 3 days over pay cuts.
We have more on this
burnout. With
too.
canceling tens of thousands of outpatient appointments, and unlike past healthcare strikes where the workers continued essential care, these doctors ain't fucking around. They're reportedly refusing to even work in areas providing life or death care, such as accidental and emergency.
Listen, this is inherently why people in these industries are afraid. Or don't even really want to themselves, strike or practice wield their labor power, because they care about their jobs and they don't want people to die and get hurt. But what happens? How long can you go? You know what I mean? How long can you go without getting that? Oh my God.
FBI donated $1. Hi, this is your FBI agent. That CIA agent wasn't supposed to reveal themselves. They've been dealt with.
Well, that's good. Damn, we got FBI and CIA fucking going at it, dude, on Tofu's behalf right now. That's crazy.
Services. It is meant to maximize the pressure on the government, which has so far rebuffed the union's demands. And as far as what they want, they're requesting a 26% pay bump, though they're calling it just a pay restoration because it only returns what they've lost from inflation since 2008. Which key thing means right now, newly qualified medics in England make less than a barista at just over 14 pounds an hour. So you have many like this 27-year-old junior doctor describing how hard they've been squeezed in recent years.
My pay is £14 an hour, 1-4, and I am graduating with over £100,000 of debt. I should be able to put my heating on and not worry about that, not worry about getting through the month. It's not sustainable and we can't go on like this. Something needs to change.
But all that said, talks between unions and the government broke down last week after the health secretary refused to even discuss the pay restoration, instead committing only to discussing a potential one-off payment and an unspecified pay rise for 2023-24. And so for everyone else in the country kind of just caught in the crossfire right now, be safe out there. Like, yeah.
Bro. You have like solidarity, right? Like obvious, like at what point there has to be a breaking point. You know, like there's only so much you can do. You know, but when it comes to like striking while having essential services still covered, because they're gonna the powers that be are gonna still get away with the bullshit that they've been getting away with, and once that continues to happen, what do you do? Oh my god.
CIA donated $1. Get off this channel, Fed. This ain't your jurisdiction. Tofu's our agent in the left. Find your own literal plant.
Literal plant. Shut the fuck up. Literal plant.
In general, but especially over the next few days. And many in France are not happy today. And that's because President Macron's incredibly unpopular pension reform plan is still moving forward.
CIA and FBI going at it right now.
112 to raise the retirement age by 2 years to 64 years old. So technically,
Mom, Dad, stop fighting. You're tearing this family apart.
Just yet. Sometime this week, it'll have to be reviewed by a joint committee of lower and upper house legislators. So there, experts aren't sure if it'll pass the lower chamber. And that's because Macron's party doesn't have the votes by itself. It's going to need allies to join in as well. And so unsurprisingly, with this news, you have unions in France calling for another day of nationwide strikes and protests, which, I mean, these have been absolutely massive demonstrations. Right over the weekend, you had just under 400,000 people demonstrating, but the week prior, you had just under 1.3 million people demonstrating. But for now, we wait to see. Follow to stay in the loop. And then Fox News and Tucker Carlson are literally trying to rewrite the history of January 6th.
Oh, it's not gonna say it. It's not gonna say it out loud because of the curse words.
Imagine because they read Anthony and thought it was an
FBI, CIA, listen, there's enough soy to go around, okay? Eat shit. There's enough soy to go around. Stop fighting. What is this?
Starting their careers there.
Yeah, I'm on some vote blue no matter who shit, baby. I'm on my lib shit. Let's go. This is literally fake. That was literally fucking deep faked.
Right, last week,
this deep fake shit getting crazy, bro.
Footage from the Capitol attack that had not been previously seen by the public. And that after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy gave Fox more than 40,000 hours of surveillance footage from that day. And in the first release of that video, Carlson played a few edited clips arguing that they proved definitively that there was no deadly insurrection, but instead this was just a peaceful gathering of Americans who were rightfully angry over an election.
Dog, I'm so tired of this story. We need to stop even giving. God damn it, bro. On it, like the people.
School _ the _ Americas donated $3.
School of the Americas.
Have you ever had a dream that you had, you would, you could, you do, you would, you want, you could do some, you'll do, you could, you want him to do you so much?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, School of the Americas. I appreciate that. Wow, thank you so much.
The eliminated videos that he showed totally undermined the hours and hours of violent footage that the public has seen, saying,
taken as a whole, the video record does not support the claim that January 6th was an insurrection. In fact, it demolishes that claim.
Now, anyone who has even half of one fucking brain cell knows that the fact that there was a few moments when people were not violent does not prove that violence never took place. Especially when we've
like, you had like, what was it, like 30,000 hours of footage, dude, and you found like a couple clips of the QAnon shaman not fighting with police. Like, as if that completely renders useless all of the other fucking footage of fucking thousands of hogs storming the Capitol, breaking shit, literally beating cops' asses. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is such a stupid fucking thing. I hate even like giving Tucker and the like the time of day. Like, I hate even doing that. You know, like, this is so dumb. Like, so dumb. The people who believe this, who like would hear Tucker Carlson say that, oh, this proves the fucking narrative is all completely backwards, like, are gonna believe that anyway. They're working backwards from their conclusion, which is that like it was a fucking rigged and the Democrats are fucking an evil cabal. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like they believe this anyway. You don't even need to do this fucking this special Tucker. They believe this. All you gotta do is tell them to. They will. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid. Anybody with a fucking half a brain knows that this is completely fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Dark Brandon.
Dark _ Brandon donated $1. Hi Tofu, I am sorry you've had to deal with this nonsense. You've been a good presidential plant carry-on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy Brando. Appreciate you. That's so nice of you. Wow, thank you so much. My aunt has a friend that was literally there and says the insurrection didn't happen. Jesus fucking Christ. But that's what I mean, Lemon Hands, is like, you'll literally be there and be like, yeah, this is Antifa. All of these hogs that I've been marching with, they're Antifa. Those are fucking plants. Hillary Clinton plants. Literal actual plants, just like me. It's so fucking dumb, dude. It's so fucking dumb.
Seen so much video evidence of exactly that, but that's still exactly what Carlson is arguing here.
The first thing you notice from viewing the full video record of January 6th is just how many people entered the Capitol building that day. Hundreds and hundreds of people, possibly thousands, over the course of about 2 hours. The crowd was enormous. A small percentage of them were hooligans. They committed.
A small percentage of them are hooligans. Can we like side by side the 2020 protests with this fucking commentary? Like this motherfucker's commentary on the Black Lives Matter movements in 2020 with this fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like they'll sit here and be like, oh, you know, these radical Democrats want to tell you that it was mostly peaceful protests. Like, are you unironically doing that same exact argument? I mean, how many times do we have to just show the hypocrisy of these people? It's so fucking dumb. You have to have zero critical thinking. Zero critical thinking to just take anything that Tucker Carlson says at face value. It's fucking nuts, dude. Like, seriously? You sound like a fucking liberal right now. What the fuck? God. You sound like the liberal media that you railed against in 2020. It's so stupid. Doubt he would use the word hooligan. Oh, well, in regards to 2020, yeah. Hooligan seems a bit of a light word. How about all of them? Doubt he would use the word hooligan. Scientifically proven to be over 90% peaceful, and yet BLM protests don't have a few hooligans or the police instigated. They're all thugs. Just a couple rascals. Just a couple rascals in the crowd. Antifa? Listen. We don't have any definitive proof saying that these small percentages of hooligans in the crowd were Antifa, but it does seem likely, doesn't it?
Vandalism. You've seen their pictures again and again. But the overwhelming majority weren't. They were peaceful. They were orderly and meek. These were not insurrectionists. They were sightseers.
So much of that is fundamentally wrong. First of all, even if not every single person broke windows and vandalized.
Yeah, if you're sightseeing under the context of the reason why thousands of people in here are in here is they broke in. They broke in and they fucking beat cops up. Listen, I don't like cops, but what you're saying doesn't make any sense. It's so fucking dumb, dude.
Capitol, everyone who entered was literally trespassing illegally. We literally saw countless officers brutalized. And then you're shocked when you're seeing officers not engaging or trying to de-escalate.
Yeah, these cops, also hogs, by the way, are torn. They're torn. One, I agree with them. And one, like, I'm on their side. But two, like, I also don't want to get my ass beat by the fucking horde. You know, like, it's so...
Entering federal property is not sightseeing. And a 5-second clip here and there of two people looking at pamphlets doesn't prove that at all. Nor does it prove that they were peaceful, orderly, and meek. It totally...
When you caught charges for vandalism, did you try the tourist defense? I fucking should have.
Took place even before the Capitol was breached. Again, there's tons of footage of many people violently pushing past barricades and...
They have the one set of footage where they opened the gate and they let a crowd past. Like, that's the shit that we also saw closer to that time and was like, wow, looks like the cops are in on it. Fuck these cops. Fuck cops. Because they're hogs too. You're gonna fucking take that same shit and run with a completely opposite narrative like, oh, well, this is Soros Antifa.
Breaking into the building. Once inside, there were videos of them storming all over the Capitol looking for lawmakers. That's not even the craziest bullshit Tucker said.
Footage from inside the Capitol overturns the story you've heard about January 6th. Protesters queue up in neat little lines.
Bernard_Sanders donated $1. Liddy like a titty.
What? What? Liddy, now let me be clear. Liddy like a titty. Thank you, Bernie. Love you.
They take cheerful selfies and they smile. They're not destroying the Capitol. They obviously revere the Capitol. They're there because they believe the election was stolen from them. They believe in the system.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't. Careful, Tucker. You're getting close to fucking breaking, breaking the rules that Fox has set out. You're getting awfully close to saying that it was a rigged election. Dominion's gonna fucking sue you. Like, they believe it was a rigged system, a rigged election. Careful, buddy. Careful. Careful. The rest of us, including you, we know that you know that you are responsible for a lot of the reason why these motherfuckers believe that. Careful, your whole ass network got sued for that. Careful.
Tucker Carlson's actually trying to make it seem like it was a normal fucking tour of the Capitol that interns give visitors every day. One video of people walking in a line does nothing to disprove the extensive footage of hundreds of people inside the building violently clashing with the police and pushing past authorities who are trying to block them from going further. They're not giving each other little fucking tours of the speaker's office. They're fucking breaking into the office to try and hurt or maybe even kill Pelosi, touching and stealing her things and taking pictures to prove it. Also, beyond that, there was a lot of attention on
Clarence_Thomas donated $3. Bernie, can you send me the link to the Liddy Titty, please? Thank you.
Okay. All right, Clarence, can we not... Clarence, I know y'all got each other's phone numbers, all right? You got Bernie's email? Like, what the fuck? We got the FBI, the CIA, and fucking members of Congress, members of the Senate, fucking talking to each other through TTS right now. Clarence a freak, real. Okay, Phil is mad. Mad Tucker got the lib cursing now, dude. Yeah, said.
Chris coverage of footage involving Jacob Chansley, aka QAnon Shaman.
Virtually every moment of his time inside the Capitol was caught on tape. The tapes show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. They helped him. They acted as his tour guides. Here's video.
Like, partially this is the media's fault for fucking plastering this dude's face all over everything and making him like the mascot, the official mascot of January 6th, you know? Just because he was like the most like loud fucking looking motherfucker there. For obvious reasons. We all saw this dude and we're like, what the fuck is going on? You know? So it's like, now they're gonna just run with this, the most famous face of the January 6th fucking insurrection, and be like, yeah, look at this. What does this mean?
Bernard_Sanders donated $1. Clarence, I told you for the last time, it's in the Senate Bad Bitches group chat.
Can you imagine? I wonder if they have a group chat. Do you think they have? Oh my fucking god, bro. Do you think they have like a fucking Slack channel or some shit? They have like a an encrypted end-to-end encryption fucking group chat, everybody in the Senate, where they just fucking post memes and shit. They have to. You know they have to.
Chansley in the Senate chamber. Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to...
Like, they're not showing him around. They're making sure he gets out. They're making sure he leaves. Like, just because they aren't fighting each other doesn't... Oh my god, this is so stupid. I hate this story.
Open locked doors for him.
Matt Gaetz and his homies in Florida had one. That's true.
We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley. Not one of them even tried to slow him down.
He's being escorted by police. What would the point be of the rest of them fucking stuff? This is so dumb, dude. This is so dumb.
The Capitol Police were his allies. Video shows him giving thanks for them in a prayer on the floor of the Senate.
Yeah. Yes. Because they're hogs. Oh my god, this is so dumb, dude. This is so stupid. It's so brain dead. Just on its face, it's so dumb.
Since this is widely circulated, you have prosecutors rejecting that characterization, saying in a filing that Carlson exclusively aired footage from a 4-minute period between 2:56 and 3 p.m. But
yeah, like, are you gonna ignore the entire rest of the day where all of you, oh my god, all of y'all conservative talking heads, fucking people in you know, in government, were all universally denouncing it. It's so dumb, dude.
Juan_Guaido donated
Juan Guaido?
$3. What do I go to do to get into the bad girl chat? I am literally a president.
No, you are fucking not, bitch. No, you are fucking not. Get the fuck out of here. You're not allowed to be in the no. Juan, get the fuck out of here, okay? I'm okay with Clarence can chill, but Juan Guaido, you gotta go, bro.
It was only a end of the
get out of here. Thanks for the $3, though, Juan. I appreciate it.
Pointing out that it
I'll talk to you later, okay? And when I'm off stream.
a ton of damaging evidence about his conduct with the attorney's writing. Prior to that time, Chansley had, amongst
CIA
other
donated $1. We don't know him.
Oh, yeah? You don't know him? CIA? Okay. Oh.
breached the police line at 209.
That's cap. I'm calling cap on that one.
During the initial breach of the building and faced off with members of the U.S. Capitol Police for more than 30 minutes in front of the Senate chamber doors while elected officials, including the Vice President of the United States, were fleeing from the chamber. But still, since airing that initial segment, Tucker has continued to push this claim the Democrats and the media lied about what happened on January 6th, saying they tried to make it look more violent than it actually was while simultaneously hiding the real videos from the public, which is also a fucking fantastically ironic claim given the fact that other news outlets have since requested to see the footage that Carlson and Fox have been given, but McCarthy has so far refused to give it to anyone else, saying, yeah, it will eventually.
Bernard_Sanders donated $1. Juan, we kicked you after you said Joe looked like a horse. Stop deriding.
Oh fuck! The horse riding is real. I was about to say the horse riding is real. The dick riding is real, dude. Holy fuck, the dick riding.
When that would actually happen. But if McCarthy's goal here is for the truth to be seen, then why not release it to everyone? Right? Or is the truth that McCarthy just wants to use Carlson like the tool that he is, giving Tucker the exclusive ability to set the sole narrative here? Or in other words, McCarthy is basically giving Tucker the ability to gaslight the entire country for a certain period of time. Or because once a trusted source for a group of people sets a narrative, it's hard to undo that. But with all that said, one of the questions with this—
Didn't he say Cucker? I didn't say anything about it, but I thought he did, and I was like, that's just my brain. Let me just run that back.
Then like the tool that he is, then why not release it to everyone? Right? Or is the truth that McCarthy just wants to use Carlson like the tool that he is, giving Tucker the exclusive ability to release it to everyone? Right? Or is the truth that McCarthy just wants to use Carlson like the tool that he is, giving Tucker the exclusive ability to set the sole narrative here? Or in other words, McCarthy's basically giving Tucker the ability to gaslight the entire country for a certain period of time. Or because once a trusted source for a group of people sets a narrative, it's hard to undo that. But with all that—
School_of_the_Americas donated $3. Juan is an okay dude. He just doing the best he can. Juan was your pick for the job.
No, he fucking wasn't, dude. Come, all my friends are here. Come on, all my friends are here. Can you just hit me in the Slack channel? All my friends are watching right now. He was not my pick. Come on. You're fucking ruining this. You're ruining the whole thing.
Shut up. The story is, well, why would Tucker do this? When I pose that question, I mean, in addition to him being a
Oh, curse words. I gotta fix that so that it says curse words. What did it say? This is why I can't get anything done, says Bernie Sanders. Every senator is too busy being a goddamn whore. This is why I cannot get anything done. Every senator is too busy being a goddamn whore. A whore. A whore.
Scumbag for profit stuff. Because if you look at the whole situation, the timing here is very suspect, right? It just so happens that he's trying to whitewash the January 6th insurrection the exact same week that his true feelings about Donald Trump were revealed in filings from the Dominion lawsuit, right? Those documents revealing that even while Carlson repeatedly defended Trump in his lies about the election to millions of people, he pretty brutally bashed him in private text, right? In the newest revealed text with his staffers just 2 days before the insurrection, Carlson wrote, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." And later adding, "I hate him passionately."
Of course you do. Of course you do. Because you're just like, you have his cock so far down your throat. You're like, man, Wish I could put somebody else's cock in here sometime. You know what I mean? It would be nice. You know, like somebody else's cock for a change. You know, like I've had this specific cock in my so far down my throat. It's like for so long, man. I'm starting to get old.
With the producer Carlson wrote, Trump has 2 weeks left. Once he's out, he becomes incalculably less powerful even in the minds of his supporters. And adding, he's a demonic force, a destroyer, but he's not going to destroy us. I've been thinking about this every day for 4 years. Right, Carlson doesn't want supporters and Trump's base and conservatives in general.
Bernard_Sanders donated $1. You're welcome, Twitch user Satanic Yamaplaza.
Stop talking to my chatters. Satanic. It's Satanic Llama Plaza, not satanic. Satanic. This is hands down the best stream meta I've ever participated in. God damn it, dude. Wait, you're in on this?
Talking about that, let's whitewash January 6th. His lying there is a showcasing to his fans and Trump supporters of, hey, I'm still on your team. I'm useful. And the incredibly concerning thing is with his fans, it's working. Which is why it's more important than ever to remember and
of course it's working. Of course it's working. Of course it's working. This is the narrative that they want. No.
Matt_Gates donated $1. Bernie, I hear ya, man, but, what age are the Whoers?
The Whoers. The Whoers. Yeah, Matt Gates, fucking rapey McForehead, needs to know. Needs to fucking know. He's very curious. What age are we talking about here?
Full truth. Right, Tuck Fuck uses Animal Farm as...
What?
It's more important than ever to remember and share the actual truth. Right, Tuck Fuck uses Animal Farm as a how-to. We use it as a cautionary tale. But that...
So wait, he probably did say cucker earlier. He definitely said cucker earlier. I could use a real nice tuck fuck right now on God. Hey, bruh, same. Honestly, fucking same. What the fuck, man? How come Tuck gets all the tuck cuck fucks? Not the NSA.
NSA donated $1. FBI, CIA, we have intercepted your TTS. Stop immediately. You are...
Oh my God.
Bernard_Sanders donated $1. This is why we don't let you go on group vacations anymore.
Bernie rudely interrupting the NSA. Wait, hold on. What did the NSA say?
NSA donated $1. FBI, CIA, we have intercepted your TTS. Stop immediately. You are giving government money to a literal communist.
Anarcho-communist. Even better. Oh my fucking God.
Where today's show is going to end. Now, of course,
you've just been filled in.
I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But also, let me know how you like today's show in general, because you might not even notice it's formatted slightly different, and I'm kind of hoping I can use this as the template for how I want the show to move forward. Also,
I didn't notice.
I have a very exciting announcement later this week. So you're going to get your regular Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday show.
What was different about the format?
Bernard_Sanders donated $1. I am gonna say it. If I am elected, I am gonna defang the NSA.
Well, let's fucking go. Based Bernie. Let's fucking go.
Tim_Jong donated $1. Who's giving money to communists? Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend. Communists. Communist and satanic communists. Why did she say it like that?
Announcement on Sunday. But with that said, as always, my name's Philip DeFranco.
You've just been filled in. I love your faces. I love your faces. Oh, fucking hell. Whew. That was a lot. It was a lot. I feel like we got a lot going on right now. You sound just like him. I know. I know. You've just been filled in. I love your faces. He talks like this. Tuck fuck. Cucker. Yeah. All right. Anyway. Anyway, next up, we got the news wrap from PBS and from Democracy Now! Napoleon
_ Bonaparte donated $1. Why the hell am I here?
That's a good question, brother. That's a good question, brother. Where the fuck did you come from, homie? Wait. The fuck? You imagine you're hanging out in the room with the NSA, the CIA, fucking FBI, fucking Dark Brandon, Bernie Sanders, and Juan Guaido, and then Napoleon Bonaparte shows up. You're like, what the fuck is going on? What was in that coffee? Oh my God. The fuck? Oh, look at that.
Reagan's ghost donated $1. I'm funding the Contras one dono at a time.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. The Contras, you mean? I'm serving cunt, bruh. Okay? Okay? The Contras. Wow, thanks for the support. All my CIA, FBI, NSA handlers are really good to me, you know? I really appreciate everything that they've done for me, you know, and getting my Twitch politics career started. Contra? No, a Contra. Contra. What's up, Beverly Fully? Anyway, we got PBS News Wrap. We got Democracy Now! Oh my God, Omega Lul. CIA plan confirmed. Oh my God.
Julius _ Cesar donated $1. I don't know Napoleon, but I found some dank kush behind this lady's couch.
Yeah. Wait, let me get some. I need some.
Reagan's ghost donated $1. Funding the Iran Contras $1 at a time.
Did you just... Reagan. Reagan's ghost still has dementia? Wait, Reagan's ghost still dealing with dementia in the afterlife? You don't even, Reagan's ghost forgot that he already did that.
Melania _ Trump donated $1. Please send help. Please, I have been trapped. Please help me. Oh no, he's coming back.
Oh my God. Yo, that one's kind of real. That one's kind of real, bro. Oh God, he's coming. No. Melania, where the fuck are you? Where are you? I haven't had my Diet Coke yet today. Where the fuck are you, Melania? I know you're in here somewhere. Fuck, dude. Dementia transcends death. Oh my God, that's so real. Wow, fucking talk about a fucking blunt rotation. I'm not sure if this... I'm gonna go ahead and say it, that would be like a dream blunt rotation, you know? So many good characters here. Oh my
ghost
God.
donated $1. It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't remember to drink water and I'm in hell.
Yeah, well, get fucked. I wish I had that meme ready at the ready with fucking like the doom guy holding up the fucking demons and shit. There's like a pile of like dead demons and just like, where's me in hell? Like girls or whatever, like girls in hell or like women or fucking whatever it says. Where's Reagan? Hydrate, I got you. Chat, hydrate time. Hydrate time. Time to hydrate. All right, chat. It has been like 63 minutes since our last ad break, chat. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run an ad break right now before we get into the headlines. Oh my god.
Carl_Marks donated $1. Tofu, Julius was right. This is push.
Oh my god.
Reagan's Ghost donated $1. I wish I could hydrate.
This is so fucking stupid, dude. This is so fucking dumb. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, bro. This stream is off the rails. That was some dang kush, bro. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna go smoke some of that kush with Bernie and Julius and fucking Reagan and friends. And while I'm gone hanging out, while I'm hanging out with them, I'm gonna run an ad. I run ads while I'm away, hanging out with Reagan and friends, so that nobody misses anything while I'm gone. If you would like to support the stream, get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, and an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Nixons_Ghost donated $1. You can hydrate, loser. You're just too dumb.
No, the infighting. God damn it. Oh, or maybe you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous today and you want to help out one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community with an ad-free viewing experience. Jesus Christ.
East_Palestine donated $1. Someone say off the
Jesus. We're currently at 0 out of 20 subs for our daily sub goal. If you every little bit helps. Every little bit goes a long way. I appreciate it. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
Reagan's Ghost donated $1. Listen here, you crook. Give me my hydrating fruit gushers back. Nixons_Ghost donated $1. You already have them. They're in your hands right now. Homophobe. Reagan's Ghost donated $1. Oh, would you look at that? Num 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 num.
Okie dokie. We are so back. Oh my god.
Helen_Keller donated $1.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? You fucking, oh my god. You can't do that, bro. You can't do that. Oh my god.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Multi-tie, don't be mean to Bill, he's sensitive.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
Bill Clinton's living husk donated $1. She over here beefing my stro, she over here offing my beef, she over here strogan my off till I am be, she over here strongin my beef till I am off.
What? 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 Not Helen Keller, bro. Not saying anything.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Bill, this is why no one likes you.
Yeah, real. Real. Oh my god, I'm dying, bro. You fucking... Not Helen Keller. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, you guys are gonna get me canceled. Oh, fuck. That's good. Doctors warned you. What is this? Slow, hurry up. This about tuck fuck cucker
Potate King donated $1. John, this why you can't ride in caddies anymore. John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Here I am sitting in goddamn hell with a hole in my head and my approval rating still higher than your Muppet looking *S.
What? What is this, bro? What is this? Oh, chat, if you use dashes instead of underscores and TTS, will acknowledge the space. Oh my god. That's funny as fuck. All right, let's get into the news. Let's hit the news wrap from PBS. Ah, what happened? Where are you? I don't want this.
In the day's other headlines, Wall Street sidestepped major losses in the wake of the weekend bank failures, even as bank shares took a hit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 90 points to close at 31,819. The Nasdaq rose 50 points. The S&P 500 slipped 6.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I have to like breathe.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. These are our gamer tags, Jaina.
There you go. There you go. These are our gamer tags. Yo, imagine if you're a gamer. Imagine having the gamer tag John F. Kennedy. That's Juan Guaido fan 27. National Security Administration, real. Okay.
New winter storms are bearing down tonight on both U.S. coasts. Swaths of California were flooded in a weekend storm. Things could get even worse with more rain and snow. Meanwhile, the Northeast and New England face a late-season nor'easter that could bring heavy snow into Wednesday. New York Governor Kathy Hochul is urging people to be prepared.
There's no reason in the world to have plans to be out tomorrow. Today is the day you get ready. Do everything you need to do. Stock up on the groceries, stock up on the batteries, stock up on making sure you got enough chargers, everything you're going to need.
In New Hampshire, the storm is already disrupting local elections set for Tuesday. Nearly 20 communities have postponed the voting. The U.S. and South Korea have launched their biggest joint military drills in years, provoking furious protests from North Korea.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Bill Clinton's been awfully quiet goo goo gaga bi.
Who do you guys think would win in a fight? Like, who do you guys think that would win, like, in a fist fight? Bill Clinton in their prime. I mean, well, only one was able to ever get past their prime. But who would win? I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm crying, bro. I can't handle this. Wasn't Kennedy on the Navy boxing team? I didn't know that. What?
Amelia Earhart donated $1. Tofu, what's your favorite Disney song? Mine's Under the Sea.
That's fucked up. Where have you been? Bro, Amelia, bro. Where have you been, bro? We've been looking for you, dog. No. Oh, it didn't say that one because of curse words.
John_F_Kennedy donated.
Oh my god, you're cutting each other off.
Bill Clinton donated $1. That's cause I am over here goo goo gagaing on Jacques.
Damn, bro. Wait, let's run this one back again.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Wow, I see how it is, meanie.
What was this one? Oh. Daddy Vladdy said fucking LLLLL. Just kidding, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you, dude.
Make its point, the North said this image showed a cruise missile being test fired from one of its submarines on Sunday. The U.S.-South Korean exercises include computer simulation and combined field trainings. They're expected to last 11 days. Australia will buy as many as 5 nuclear-powered attack submarines from the United States to counter China's growing naval reach. The announcement came today as President Biden met with the Australian and British prime ministers in San Diego. As part of the deal, the U.S. Navy will also visit Australian ports more often for training purposes. China's new premier talked up.
We're ramping it up, baby. Hold on. Let me just real quick before let me just show you guys something real quick. Oh, it's perfect. It popped up right in time. I just want y'all to think about this real quick right here, okay? Okay? Iran wants war. Russia is an aggressor. China is a threat. Look how close they put their countries to our military bases. Wow.
Queen _Elizabeth
Oh, hell no.
2 donated $1. America was a mistake.
Oh, it was number 2. Yeah, well, you can hold that L, bitch. You can hold that L. Goddamn right. Boston Tea Party, bitch. Remember the Boston Tea Party. Wait, it's these girls. I know these girls. Oh wait, are these different girls? Is this like a thing that a lot of people do?
Obama donated $1. Quiet down, OL lady, for I knocked the dust off that handbag.
That's not very nice, Obama. What is this? What is that? She's eating noodles? You just have that with you. I never seen one of those until Mari had. I went to Mari's house and she always uses that. Always uses that for her coffee. Yeah, bitch.
Delicious.
Delicious. Throated that shit. Legends, honestly, you know, I support it.
Economic revival today by trying to reassure the private sector. Li Qiang is a close ally of President Xi Jinping. He made his public debut after 3 years of...
Malcolm X donated $1.
George! Rude!
George_Washington donated $1. In the afterlife, I'm into Bussy.
Of course you are. Of course you are, Georgie. What did Malcolm say?
Malcolm X donated $1. Half the white us presidents in here talkin' trash. Obama says one thing to the Queen and gets tone policed.
Classic, dude. Fucking classic, bro. Quit tone policing.
Pandemic measures that have clouded China's economic outlook.
The environment for private business will get better and better, and their development room will get broader and broader. We will create a level playing field for all kinds of business entities and further support private enterprises in growing and thriving.
Not me, Potato King.
Growth target of 5%, its lowest in nearly 30 years. The country's economy grew just 3% last year.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. George always talking over everyone, goddamn.
Fucking for real, dude. You think you're so cool? Oh, the first president of the United States, bitch. Shut up.
Russian forces kept hammering today at the ruined eastern city of Bakhmut. Ukraine's overall commander reported the situation at Bakhmut is difficult, but said his troops are repelling all assaults. In Washington, the Institute for the Study of War said its assessment is that Russia's offensive has stalled. Iran now says more than 22,000 protesters arrested in recent months have been pardoned. Today's statement could not be confirmed, but it may provide the first details on the scope of the government's crackdown on dissent. Demonstrations swept Iran starting last September. They were sparked by the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in police custody. And back in this country, an FBI survey finds hate crimes surged more than 11.5% in 2021 from the year before. Reported incidents topped 9,000. Nearly two-thirds
Isn't this old
involved
news?
racial, ethnic, and ancestral bias. The FBI says religion and sexual orientation accounted for the rest. Still to come on the News Hour,
Like, I could have, yeah, what? Huh?
wrangles over conflicting legislative priorities.
Blah, blah, blah. All right, democracy
Abraham
now.
Lincoln
Oh, shit.
donated one.
Oh, my God.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Imagine being famous for being the first president and having wooden teeth nopers.
Real. Wait, well, who was talking before that? How dare you cut off Abraham?
Abraham Lincoln donated $1. 4 intermission ago. I can't remember.
Oh no! Oh no! Abraham's got the Reagan dementia now. No. Well, I guess also. I guess he's also not the only president to have a hole in his head.
Obama donated $1. Nopers couldn't be me.
Oh yeah. All right, democracy now. Top U.S. and world headlines. Abe, penny for your thoughts.
Democracy Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Jesus
in California.
Christ.
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Sorry, Abe, I love you, Abe.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
After two boats capsized off the coast of San Diego Saturday. A woman
San Diego?
aboard one of the boats called 911 late that night asking for help. When authorities arrived, they found two boats, but no survivors.
Damn.
No further details about the victims. Boats attempting to cross from Mexico to the U.S. have become more frequent in recent years as the Biden administration continues to enforce harsh immigration and border policies that have blocked most people from seeking asylum at the southern border and safely enter the United States. Meanwhile, in Europe, over 1,300 people aboard 3 overcrowded migrant boats were rescued off the southern Italian coast Saturday as the death toll from a shipwreck off the shore of Calabria 2 weeks ago has risen to 76. 3 more bodies were found Saturday, including 2 children. That same day, thousands protested near the site of the shipwreck, denouncing Italy's deadly anti-immigrant policies. Meanwhile, at least 30 migrants are missing in the central Mediterranean after their boat capsized Sunday as they fled Libya for Italy.
Rising nationalism internationally, yeah, whatever. You know, you're gonna see more and more and more of this.
Lennon donated $1.
Didn't even end it. What?
John_F_Kennedy donated $1. Okay, back to hell I go.
Why did she say okay? Like, okay, back to hell I go. Okay. What did the other one say? What did this one say? Nothing? Really wish the executive branch would stay out of official lines of communication. Pipe down, John. You know what happens when you piss me off? Oh shit. Ruh-roh. Oh god.
Italian authorities. In Turkey, at least 5 migrants drowned off the country's southwestern coast Saturday as they traveled to Greece in a rubber boat. And in Spain, a group of 48 migrants were rescued Friday off the Canary Islands. Iran and Saudi Arabia agreed to reestablish diplomatic relations in a deal brokered Friday by China and signed in Beijing. The agreement ends a 7-year dispute between the two countries, who plan to reopen their embassies within 2 months. This is Ali Shamkhani, Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, who represented Tehran at the talks.
At the end of the talks, we reached a conclusion to start a new chapter after 7 years of breaking off relations between the Islamic Republic of Iran and Saudi Arabia. While considering the matters of the two countries and the security and futures of the region, to prevent meddling from extra-regional and Western states and consistent meddling of the Zionist regime in the region.
The news comes at a time of heightened tensions between Washington and Tehran and Washington and Beijing. The White House cautiously welcomed the deal while denying it signaled China's increasing global influence. As National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said the U.S. would not be stepping back from its role in the Middle East. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers killed 3 Palestinian men in a shootout near Nablus Sunday morning. The violence came a day after an estimated 500,000 people rallied in cities across Israel for a 10th consecutive week of protests against plans by Israel's far-right government to gut the judiciary. Meanwhile, hundreds of demonstrators led by several American Jewish organizations protested a visit by Israel's finance minister.
Israel's mad about it.
D.C. Sunday after the Biden administration granted him a diplomatic visa to speak at an investment conference. Bezalel Smotrich was accused of backing a pogrom against Palestinians when he said earlier this month Israel should erase the Palestinian town of Hawara. His comments came just days after Jewish settlers attacked the town, burning cars and homes and killing a Palestinian man. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, at least 19 people were killed Sunday by suspected rebels from the Allied Democratic Forces in the eastern village of Kirindera in North Kivu province. This comes just days after a twin raid in the same region killed at least 36 people. This is a survivor of the attack.
What's up, Manatee Lady?
The situation here is catastrophic because of the attack and the damage. Many people died after their throats were cut. Their houses were burnt down. And here in the hospital, here where we are standing, even the medicines and all the hospital material was burnt.
The UN is warning of a mounting humanitarian disaster in the DRC as some 300,000 people fled violence in North Kivu province last month. This is UNHCR spokesperson.
UNHCR teams reported the most horrifying testimonies of human rights violations in affected areas, especially in Rutshuru and Masisi territories, including arbitrary killings, kidnapping, extortion, and rapes.
Calls have been mounting for the Rwandan President Paul Kagame to stop supporting M23 rebels, whose attacks have led to the displacement of over 500,000 people, though Rwanda has denied any involvement. The Biden administration said Sunday it'll bar future oil and gas leasing for 3 million acres of federal waters in the Arctic Ocean and will limit drilling in a further 13 million acres in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska's North Slope.
Round Girl, thank you for getting to Manatee Lady. Pog. Thank you, Round Girl. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
The announcement.
Also, thanks to all my friends. Thanks to all my friends earlier. Thanks for the nightmare. Thanks to the nightmare blunt rotation for the support.
As the White House prepared to issue its final decision on the Willow Project, a proposed $8 billion ConocoPhillips oil and gas development in northern Alaska. On Friday, the White House denied reports the administration is prepared to greenlight the project, saying no final decision has been made. Indigenous and environmental groups have been fighting the project for years. Later in the broadcast, we'll speak with Sikanik Mappin of Sovereign Iñupiat for the Living Arctic. Saudi Aramco has reported profits of over $161 billion last year, the largest ever annual profit for any fossil fuel company. And yet,
thanks for hanging out. Always good to have you. I'll check Discord. Night, night. Sweet dreams.
Kalamard, the Secretary General of Amnesty International, said the figure is shocking and called on Saudi Arabia, which owns almost all of Saudi Aramco, to phase out fossil fuels and use the exorbitant profits from its oil sales to support human and environmental rights. Other major oil companies also reported record revenues in 2022 as demand surged amidst the war in Ukraine. California residents are bracing for more extreme weather as another atmospheric river has put some 15 million people in California and Nevada under flood watches. In northern California's Monterey County, the Pajaro River breached a levee over the weekend, triggering an uncontrolled flow of water into the surrounding areas and forcing thousands of people to flee their homes. In Peru, at least 6 people were killed and hundreds of homes damaged or destroyed over the weekend as a powerful cyclone unleashed torrential rains. Elsewhere, Australia.
How's things where you are? It's like been drizzling a little bit, but it hasn't. We haven't seen anything crazy in LA. So I mean, fucking knock on wood or whatever the fuck. Because Lord knows our infrastructure ain't gonna fucking hang with shit like that, you know. Gonna rain tomorrow in LA. That was in India, right? I learned about that from Jack. In India? Which one? You talking about this?
Fuel company. Agnes Calamard, the Secretary General of Amnesty International, said the figure is shocking and called on Saudi Arabia, which owns almost all of
the floods. No. That's California.
To phase out fossil fuels and use the
good night, Paganox.
from its oil
Thanks for hanging. Always good to see you.
Human and environmental rights. Other major oil companies also reported record revenues in 2022 as demand surged amidst the war in Ukraine. California residents are bracing.
India's also underwater too.
Another atmospheric river has put some 15 million people in California and Nevada under flood watches. In northern California's Monterey County, the Pajaro River breached a levee over the weekend, triggering an uncontrolled flow of water into the surrounding areas and forcing thousands of people to flee their homes.
Seems bad.
In Peru, at least 6 people were killed and hundreds of homes damaged or destroyed over the weekend as a powerful cyclone unleashed torrential rains. Elsewhere, Australia's Queensland state experienced record-breaking floods sparked by heavy rain, prompting evacuations.
Jesus,
and on Sunday,
man.
Cyclone Freddie made landfall in Mozambique for the second time in a month, breaking an all-time record for the longest-lived tropical cyclone and the highest accumulated energy ever observed in a single storm.
This shit. Like, we talk about it like every day pretty much, right? You know, more environmental disasters, less resources equals more mass migrations equals more military conflicts, yada yada yada. But like, this shit is really fucking scary, because it's like you're not gonna always, no matter where you are, like if you're not experiencing like extreme weather events wherever you are, like it's just a matter of time. It makes me, I'm scared. I mean, it's like a really concerning fucking thing. Like, and to be honest, I am not prepared. I'm not. I need to. I probably should. I should probably start like making sure I have like canned food, or like bottled water, and like fucking emergency stuff. Like, I'm not ready, dude. I'm fucking not ready. Houston's pretty rough. One of the reasons I moved to San Antonio. I meant still in Bedge, so that's good. Oh yeah, I'm ordering some big water containers. Yeah, man, I'm thinking about like starting to store, like figure out a way to efficiently start storing rainwater. I guess I could just start putting barrels outside, you know what I mean? And just letting them fill up. But it's concerning, man.
U.S. banking regulators have taken extraordinary measures to shore up the financial system after a run on Silicon Valley Bank in California last week caused its sudden collapse and sparked fears of financial contagion. The Biden administration says all of Silicon Valley Bank's depositors will have access to their funds today, including uninsured deposits and those exceeding the $250,000 cap set by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. The FDIC, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department have taken similar steps to protect depositors at Signature Bank of New York, a major lender to cryptocurrency companies, after its rapid collapse Sunday. These are the second and third largest bank failures in U.S. history. Cecilia Rouse, chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors, sought to downplay fears of a wider collapse.
Our banking system is in a fundamentally different place than it was, a decade ago, and that the reforms that were put into place back then really provide the kind of resilience that we'd like to see. So we have every faith in our regulators.
A bill signed by then-President Trump in 2018 rolled back key parts of the Dodd-Frank banking regulations passed after the 2008 financial crisis. 17 Democratic senators and 13 House Democrats sided with Republicans in support.
Collecting rainwater may not be legal in the USA. What? The fuck? Right now I'm trying to befriend the local murder of crows. One of these days Tofu's going to ban me on that drag out. Wait, what? Ban you on what? Why would I ban you? Never. It's kind of dumb that there are any laws preventing gathering rainwater, but yeah, at least in some states it's illegal. Why? Is this in Swedish? That's fucking ridiculous. You're stealing from them. Right, of course.
The deregulation,
of course.
which ended mandates that banks keep more cash and other
Fuck them.
liquid
I'm
assets
doing that. I'm doing it. What are you gonna do? I'm just gonna be like, what do you mean? I'm not collecting rainwater. Those are just barrels that are open. Like, I don't know. They're just there and they filled up with water. Like, what do you want me to do?
A 2018 law also rolled back stress tests that might have exposed weaknesses at SVB and Signature Bank. SVB's CEO Greg Becker lobbied Congress in 2015 for the rollback of Dodd-Frank. President Biden is addressing this issue in a speech today. In Georgia, an independent autopsy of an activist who was fatally shot by Atlanta police in January concludes
we have more on this.
Hands were raised when they were killed. Georgia State Patrol shot 26-year-old Manuel Esteban Terán, known as Tortuguita, as they raided the encampment of forest protectors who've been opposing the construction of Atlanta's $90 million police training center dubbed Cop City.
Yeah, and he was they were in their tent. They also, the independent autopsy also showed that their legs were crossed, as in they were, like not resisting. The only evidence we have is cop's word, and then a firearm that was recovered that matches the bullets that entered the police officer. But I don't know. Sounds to me like that gun that gun might have been a cop's. I'm just saying.
The autopsy, which will be released in full today, also reveals Tortuguita was likely seated cross-legged when shot. Tortuguita's family Friday sued the city of Atlanta after the release of more video evidence of the shooting was blocked. The killing has drawn national attention to Cop City as protests spread across the country.
We have more on this we'll talk about.
President Mike Pence delivered his sharpest criticism yet of former President
so sharp.
Trump
I'll be right back, chat.
role in the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Pence told attendees at the annual Gridiron Dinner, an elite D.C. event bringing establishment reporters and politicians together, quote, "His reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day, and I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable," Pence said. His remarks came even as he's resisting a federal grand jury subpoena to testify about January 6th. And the 95th Academy Awards were handed out in Los Angeles last night. The Malaysian-born Michelle Yeoh made history as the first Asian woman to win Best Actress for her role in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which also won Best Picture.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities.
Ke Huy Quan won Best Supporting Actor for the same film, marking the first time two Asian actors win Oscars in the same year. Ruth Carter became the first Black woman to win 2 Oscars after she took home the Costume Design Trophy for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever last night, 4 years after winning for Black Panther. The winner of Best Documentary was Navalny, about the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, his poisoning, imprisonment, and his anti-corruption movement. And those
I haven't heard much.
Headlines. This is Democracy.
I haven't heard much from about that. Oh, how's that dude doing?
Now, democracynow.org.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. I wonder how Navalny's doing. He's in solitary. That's right. Okay. Got it. I think in English is a translation of how Swedish citizens are supposed to prepare. We have to be prepared for a month without water, food, medical care, or anything for an entire month. Context I can get down to minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Save the PDF, read later for show. I'll check it out. Watching this with the Quantarage was so fun. I've never been into it all that much, but it was such a fun time. That's fun. That's cool. I'm gonna be Libers for a sec, but it does kind of make a difference seeing someone who looks like you in media as an Asian person. Oh, absolutely. Representation is very important. Fucking absolutely. I mean, my like, I don't know, not even really criticisms, but like what I was saying earlier about like the about the Grammys and the Oscars being like I don't know, at least to me, like, who gives a shit? I don't say that to like take away from like representation or anything. Absolutely. Representation absolutely matters. Yeah, totally. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I can obviously say that as a trans person, you know, definitely. And an Asian person too. I've never seen kids that look like an older woman. What? Tofu, speaking of representation, did you see Hunter's outfit? Hunter? Who? Hunter Schafer? No, I didn't. Definitely really nice to see a good representation of people like you. Yeah, totally. All right, let's talk about Brandon doing fucking more drilling, more oil drilling. You know, just completely going back on all of the things he ran on, doing more oil drilling in Alaska. Let's talk about it.
Multiple news organizations are reporting the Biden administration's preparing to formally approve a massive oil and gas development in northern Alaska known as the Willow Project. Approval of the $8 billion ConocoPhillips development is expected to be announced today, greenlighting the drilling of some 600 million barrels of crude oil. Climate activists and many indigenous groups had urged Biden to reject the project, warning it'll create a carbon bomb. In advance of approving the Willow Project, the Biden administration also announced on Sunday steps to reduce oil drilling in other parts of the Arctic. This includes barring future oil and gas leasing for 3 million acres of federal waters in the Arctic Ocean and limiting drilling in a further 13 million acres in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska's North Slope. Kristen Mansell of the Center for Biological Diversity criticized the Biden plan, saying, quote, protecting one area of the Arctic so you can destroy another doesn't make sense, and it won't help the people and wildlife who will be upended by the Willow Project, they said. We go now to North Pole, Alaska, where we're joined by Sikanik Malpan, Executive Director of the Sovereign Inupiat for a Living Arctic. It's great to have you back. Thanks so much for joining us, Sikanik. Can you talk about what you understand is being announced today?
Well, recently on Friday afternoon, the Bloomberg report came out saying that there were speculations that the Biden administration will approve a 3-pad plan instead of the 5-pad original plan. And now we're hearing that he will make his decision Monday at about 9 a.m., but we're not for sure.
While campaigning in 2020, then presidential candidate Joe Biden said, quote, no more drilling on federal lands, period.
Period.
This is candidate Biden responding to a question about his position on drilling.
Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, he lied?
Yes, He made
And
a
I
lot
think
of...
I'm the only one, not the only one running who's been up in the Arctic Circle. Remember the great oil spill that occurred? And I watched when I went up there, and I went up in a helicopter up in the North Slope and saw what was going on and saw what was happening as the glaciers began to melt and how the caribou and everyone, I mean, there's a lot going on up there. And it's a real gigantic problem. And by the way, no more drilling on federal lands, period. Period, period, period.
What a piece of shit, bro. Fuck you, Brandon.
Well, the Arctic Circle is a disaster to do that.
So that was candidate Biden. And again, the little part we missed at the beginning of what the candidate said
He said, period, period, period.
Completely, totally opposed to drilling in the Arctic. Sikanik Malpan, describe this project. What is the Willow Project and what you understand President Biden's announcing today?
Well, this is the biggest oil and gas leasing project that's on public lands right now. It is a massive project that would be happening in the North Slope. Closest community would be Nuxet, and this would completely encircle the community in oil and gas, which already has Prudhoe Bay, Alpine, and this is just the start of the project because this could green light for further exploration, further development, and this project would emit so much carbon, it would actually double the amount that Biden had promised that he would reduce. And so all of his plans
Sick.
to being released would be nullified by this project and then putting back double what he said he was going to reduce.
And can you talk about why you've invested so much time and energy into protesting this and the two parts of the plan that's being announced today?
Yes, I want to say personally, I've been trying to fight this project for about 4 years. And on a more personal level, my mother lives in Nuxet. My family is from Nuxet. And although I wasn't raised there, I have a deep connection and love for the community. And in 2018, I was invited to go to an air quality monitoring system planning session. And currently, ConocoPhillips owns the only air quality monitoring system in place in Nuxet. And they also own most of the research that is quoted for the safety of this project to go forward. So we went over the top 10 pollutants that are put out by ConocoPhillips that's required to be put to the EPA and what the possible impact is from being exposed to those pollutants like cancer, respiratory illness, and other things, even changing the sex in the womb of a child from male to female. And in that session, there was community members, the youth council, and a lot of us realized that we—
Wait, what did she say?
And other things, even changing the sex to the EPA and what the possible impact is from being exposed to those pollutants like cancer, respiratory illness, and other things, even changing the sex in the womb of a child from male to female. And in that session, there was community members, the youth council, and a lot of us—
Changing the sex of a child in the womb from male to female? Don't you start as female. So once you've gone through that process in the womb to sprouting a peepee, you can undo that? I'm really confused.
Is that we had seen these occurrences in our family. We had seen increase in cancer, respiratory illnesses. And in 2012, there was a blowout, a Repsol blowout, and that caused one child to be medevaced from the village, another one to have permanent health problems with their respiratory system. And many people have complained recently there was a gas leak near Nuxet in the Alpine field, and they didn't evacuate the village. They said that they were fine, but many people self-evacuated because children were complaining of nausea, headaches, and not feeling well. And so currently there is no plan put into place to help evacuate or keep the community of Nuxet safe. And as I learned more about this project and its impacts, not just to the community and the public health, but the climate impacts were significant. The Arctic is warming at 4 times the rate than the rest of the world. And while many people speculate climate change, we're living it. We're seeing in the Yukon River, they haven't been able to fish for many years, subsistence fishing. We are seeing caribou that are showing signs of starvation. We're seeing fish pop up with mold. And this project is going to accelerate those issues and create food insecurity and many, many issues that is not just going to affect Nuiqsut or the 8 communities in the North Slope, but the entire Arctic itself. And then, of course, globally, it's going to affect people for climate change. And so this project, we're concerned about for those reasons, but we also want to transition.
It's hypothesized some humans are impacted in the womb by hydrocarbons. My mom lived in oil country when pregnant with me, a trans man with asthma. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Away from oil and gas, and this would lock us into oil and gas for the next 30 years. And so, and we wouldn't actually see any of the benefits economically for 10 years. So this would be something that, you know, a catastrophe for Biden, who had promised that he would transition us into clean energy. And what is also concerning is that systematically we've seen that small rural places like this, time and time again, coal, gold mining, have had been in an economic hostage situation where they're told that the only way that they can get basic necessities like running water and plumbing and such is to sacrifice their health, their lands, their food security, and so many more consequences from this project.
Former U.S. Vice President Al Gore, longtime environmentalist, told The Guardian, the proposed expansion of oil and gas drilling in Alaska is recklessly irresponsible. The pollution it would generate will not only put Alaska Native and other local communities at risk, it's incompatible with the ambition we need to achieve a net zero future. We don't need to prop up the fossil fuel industry with new multi-year projects that are a recipe for climate chaos. Instead, we must end the expansion of oil, gas, and coal and embrace the abundant climate solutions at our fingertips, he said. Now, according to the New York Times,
Al Gore.
Willow would be the largest new oil development in the United States.
His sister, I believe, was my substitute teacher in elementary school. Really fucking random.
It's expected to pump out 600 million barrels of crude over 30 years.
I don't know if it was a sister or...
Oil could release nearly 280 million metric tons of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. On an annual basis, that would translate into 9.2 million metric tons of carbon pollution, equal to adding nearly 2 million cars to the roads each year. The United States, the second biggest polluter on the planet after China, emits about 5.6 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide annually, the New York Times wrote. So, yes, environmental activists across the political spectrum are calling this a carbon bomb. Sikanik, talk about ConocoPhillips and who pushed this project forward.
ConocoPhillips has a huge hand in everything that happens in Alaska. Politically, locally, in the public education. And recently, Rosemary Atungarup, the mayor of Nuiqsut, put out a letter with other council members and the president of Native Village of Nuiqsut as well, stating that this project would be detrimental to the people there, but it would also be a huge climate mistake. And as we've seen, we can't have a project go forward like this and meet the global goals to reduce carbon emissions.
It's not possible.
And so we're looking at this project and President Biden, and we understand the political ties that he has with Murkowski, who is someone that crosses party lines, that is a Republican, that really wants this project to go forward. And so we believe that he's not making logical choices or choices that are best for his constituents and people, but he's making a choice based off of pressure from political leaders, our congressmen, that are not representing Alaska well, because as you stated, there has been so many things happening in the Arctic that have been reckless, and this project would only further exacerbate those issues, like the 12 villages that need to be relocated.
My feeling is that like they don't give a shit. The rising tensions with China and Russia is leading them to be like, fuck the environment. we need oil because we were probably going to go to war. And when the war happens, the environment's going to get fucked into oblivion anyway. So we fucking need all the oil so that we can fight these wars. Like, I can't help but feel that.
In Alaska due to climate change, erosion, and there's no federal funding for this. So for President Biden to greenlight this project, he would really be going back on so many of his campaign promises, but also putting our world at risk of having less of a chance to mitigate the challenges we're facing because of climate change.
Dark stuff. That's dark stuff, to be honest. Dark stuff. All right, what's next? All right, we got some Al Jazeera. First, we're going to talk about doctors going on strike. We already kind of talked about that, so actually we can remove this. We already talked about that. We're going to talk about the Palestinian teachers strike and about Palestinians struggling to make ends meet in the occupied West Bank. Before we get into some fucking hogwatch, the Five discussing completely inhumane plans to combat homelessness. I'm really interested to see what the Five from Fox, the Fox 5, consider to be completely inhumane. I'm really interested. Brandon doesn't care. He's never cared. Real. But before we get into that Palestine news, we are going to run an ad break because it's been 54 minutes and 24 seconds since the last ad break. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour because they have to. So what I do is I run them all on the way. That way nobody misses anything. But if you would like to get an ad-free viewing experience and access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, and also support the stream, support me, the streamer, support our little community here, all you gotta do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with the Twitch Prime. That kind of rhymed. Bars. Or maybe you're already subscribed and you're feeling generous and you want to help out one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community with an ad-free viewing experience. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our friends. Maybe do that. We're currently at 1 out of 20 for our daily sub goal. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. What's up, Cleric? BRB. ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. All right, we're back. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Next up, Palestinian teacher strike. Schools closed for 4th week in a row. Wake up! Wake up! And then we're going to get into more Palestinian news. Palestinians struggling to make ends meet in occupied West Bank, both from Al Jazeera. Let's check it out.
School teacher Yusuf Manasra says he's fed up. He came all the way from southern Hebron to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, demanding better pay.
Every year we protest. We need the government to abide by the previous agreements.
Teachers are not beggars, they chant.
If I relied just on my salary, I wouldn't be able to provide for my family. I give private lessons on the side. I am forced to.
Now in its 4th week, the teacher strike has left 1 million students out of school. It began as a call for higher pay, but now many are also protesting against their own union, which they say is siding with the government.
The teachers' union is politicized. There's no democracy. We don't vote for our representatives. The government.
Hey, what's up, Maya?
We don't know their programs. We don't need a fake union. We need one that defends us.
Teachers managed to get to Ramallah from different cities in spite of the checkpoints put up by the Palestinian Authority security forces to limit the number of participants. The Prime Minister says that the government is in a deep financial crisis and can't meet all demands.
We offered to pay 5% more and add 10% on their salary to be paid later, in good faith. We offered to refrain from deducting salaries of protesters and to protect the educational process. What's going on is dangerous for our children and their future.
It's not only teachers, the engineers and lawyers union have also been striking. The Palestinian Authority has been paying its employees only 80% of their salaries for over a year.
The political system is deteriorating. Senior officials are fighting over benefits and people say there is no social justice. There is a crisis of trust in the Palestinian Authority.
During previous years, international aid has helped the Palestinian Authority deal with such protests. Now that the aid is declining, the PA is finding it difficult to fulfill its commitments. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, the occupied West Bank.
All right, another Al Jazeera.
Abdullah is a mother of 4 living in the occupied West Bank. She's buying food for her family from Ramallah's main food market. Fruit and vegetables are slightly cheaper here, but like many Palestinian households, the monthly budget doesn't go that far.
The situation in the country now is that there is a bigger divide in socio-economic classes. Those working in Israel are just managing. The rest of the Palestinians working in the occupied West Bank, especially government employees, they are the ones really struggling. May God be with them.
26-year-old and unemployed Dawood Abul Hilal meets a friend trying to help him get a job in West Jerusalem. Salaries there are higher, but Israel restricts Palestinians from entering the city, meaning there are no guarantees, and cost of transport to get there is expensive.
4 to 5 years, being a land broker was more dignified than now. Prices are more expensive and there's no money for the home or family. There's nothing, no jobs.
The economy is struggling, and according to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, it only grew by 3.6% last year. That's half of 2021's growth. Now, just to give you an idea on the hike of prices, a tray of eggs last month cost $3. Now they cost almost $6. And being able to serve meat on the dining table is considered a luxury these days. The Palestinian Authority says it's taking measures to reduce the cost of basic commodities. Analysts say if this continues with costs rising, Palestinian families are going to struggle to make ends meet, and we might even see more protests. Palestinian Authority has told Al Jazeera it plans to spend $50 million to prop up the fuel and flour sectors and fix prices for some basic goods.
They're constrained by the money that Israel sends to them. They're constrained by less funding from the donor community. But at the same time, they're expected to manage the economy by increased spending. So they have their constraints.
The pandemic, war in Ukraine, and years of economic challenges under Israeli occupation have hurt.
I can't believe Al Jazeera is saying the PLA is occupying the West Bank. No, they're saying in the occupied West Bank. Palestinians are struggling to make ends meet in the occupied West Bank. What's up, Speed Razor?
Holding of vital tax
How's it going?
funds from the Palestinian Authority means government salaries
that
aren't
looks good.
received on time. The funds account for more than 60% of its annual revenue. Dawood wants to show us how successful his online business was before being unemployed. I tell him it looks like he has plenty of online followers. He agrees while showing us his Facebook page where he sold homemade meals and Arabic coffee. Dawood may have lost his business because he could no longer afford the ingredients he needed, but he says he hasn't lost hope of finding a new job. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Oh boy. Oh God. All right, chat. You ready to get pissed off? Are you ready to get pissed the fuck off? The 5. Discuss completely inhumane plan to combat homelessness. I'm really curious to see what they mean by that. Activists plant tents to encourage sleeping in streets. No. Okay. America's homeless crisis. Activists plant tents to encourage sleeping in streets. Nobody's bro, imagine being like, oh, look, there's a tent outside. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna quit my job and stop paying rent so that I can go sleep in this tent. Why the fuck? Nobody would choose to do that. Nobody's gonna choose that. Why? How would that encourage? All that's doing is giving supplies to people who are forced to live in the streets. Nobody's like, you know what? I'm gonna make a choice right now to live in the streets because I want to. Because that's what I prefer. Like, nobody. This is literal bullshit. This is such bullshit. Holy fuck. We haven't even started the video yet and I'm already pissed. We haven't even started. Oh my fucking God, dog. Oh God, I hate these people. I fucking hate these people. Republicans hand out guns in order to encourage murder. Right. Hey, yo, interesting. Like, bruh, have you seen the size of raccoons and coyotes in Los Angeles? I ain't living out there with them. They'd fuck me up, bro. I mean, the raccoons and the coyotes are the least of my worries on the streets, man. I'm worried about cops. Have you seen the police? Have you seen the police in Los Angeles?
The best way to end the city's rampant homeless crisis is to get this, give out more tents. But drug counselors say the plan is not helping the situation.
Are you seriously saying that, like, we need, like, it is bad to give tents to people who are already homeless because it will only encourage them to stay in the streets? Because us withholding a tent from them, like some type of fucking basic fucking shelter from the elements, is going to fucking promote more homelessness because they're going to be like, you know what, this isn't so bad. This isn't so bad after all. You know what? I kind of like this. Yeah, I kind of enjoy sleeping on concrete. You fucking idiot, dude. Like, what? You have to, in order for you to think this way, you have to first dehumanize these people and think that they are like, and consider them to be subhuman first. And then you can be like, oh yeah, like, like this is such bullshit. Just stick with me as long as I'm rocking the bald look. I'll confuse them and they'll already know they'll think you're already arrested. Oh, fuck. Give them housing that doesn't have dumbass rules, right? Currently I live inside, but if someone gave me a tent, well, I guess I'd have to move out, right? You know what? I'm just thinking about it. I have a place. Like, I'm in a place that, you know, I have like a heater, I have electricity, I'm able to stream, you know what I mean? I'm able to do I have a bathroom, a shower, but you know what? I just remembered that I have a tent. So why the fuck am I doing all this? What the fuck I need all this electricity for? No, I'm just gonna go sleep in the tent, dude.
It's an empty tent erected by activists to encourage people to live in tents.
No, how does that encourage people to live in tents? Encourage people to live in the tent as opposed to sleeping on the sidewalk without a fucking shelter? As opposed to, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
When we did outreach, our focus was, what's the permanent solution? How are we going to help them today? Get them off the streets, solve the problem, you know, move on to the next person. And then eventually just became, here's another tent, here's another tarp, here's another peanut butter.
What the fuck are you all doing to solve this? What the fuck are you all doing to solve this? Decreasing funding for fucking services that would help these people? Like, what is Fox News advocating for that would help homeless people that is, like, different than giving them tents? Because if you are taking advantage of a tent, that's because you don't even have that basic of a shelter. You know their final solution, Tofu. I do, but listen, I do, but I'm asking the questions here. What's up, Nikela? How are you? Good to see you. Just sleep in a tent and do IRL streaming all day, Tofu. It's obvious, right? Think of the content. Think of the content.
If money were the solution, we would have already solved it.
If money were the solution? Did you hear what he just said? If money was the solution to poverty, we would have already solved it. Holy shit. One, obviously money is the fucking solution to poverty. You fucking dingus. And if that... Two, we would have already solved it? No. The fuck? You are a conservative. You don't like spending money. That would be, saying that is admitting that there's plenty of money that could be thrown at the issue of poverty, and we are choosing not to. What? What? Holy fuck. Holy, oh my fucking god, dog. Content, it sells itself. Well, when you put it like that, Inklings. Well, when you put it like that, yo, what's up, Garden Ready Cat Lady? What's up? She doesn't love you. What's up, Angie?
Home territory for you. What are your reactions as someone that loves that city, knows that city, believes in that city? Then what is your answer to this? Some of the answers or reactions.
This person is the fucking worst. When we watched some Fox News, I think it was like a couple days ago. This person is just a wonderful, a machine that just pumps out wonderful takes. Wonderful takes.
It's heartbreaking. We were talking about immigration earlier. This is completely inhumane. They see human beings as being disposable. Social services have totally broken down in this.
What? Why have the social services, bro? Oh my god. So wait, you're for social services? Do you think that we should fund social services? Is that what you think? Is it inhumane to give somebody a tent that did not have one before? Somebody that was just sleeping on a bench that didn't have any shelter around them, just their clothes, maybe, if that. It's inhumane to give somebody a tent? Because there's been a total breakdown of our social services? Do you guys realize that you're on Fox fucking News right now? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit.
They have an ultra-liberal mayor, Ted Wheeler, who fights with the activists who are just trying to cannibalize each other. And this is their vision of utopia. It's awful. They don't do it right. Their outreach is bad. They don't get people into rehab.
Yeah, this is... Chat, did you know that this is our leftist utopia? Did you know that the utopia that we envision for humanity as leftists is this? Is people sleeping in tents on the streets. Did you know that? I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware that our vision for utopia as leftists is fucking breaking down and our social welfare systems. Our social safety nets, getting rid of it. I had no idea. I'm just, wow, I'm learning this right now.
Barely get people into shelters. About 3% of the unhoused population are actually in housing or shelters or jail or.
How are the unhoused in housing? How are the unhoused in housing?
Nursing facility. And, you know, the older population, the homeless population is growing in Portland, just like it is in Southern California. They don't have any real solutions. They just like to yell about things, and they're buying people tents.
What are your solutions? Do you think we should spend more money do you think our governments should step in and do something about the homelessness issue, about the poverty issue? Do you think that we should spend money on social safety nets and social services? Is that what you think? Because as far as I know, it seems like all you guys do is advocate for literally the fucking opposite. And you are just pointing at this, virtue signaling, and saying nothing. Look at this problem. Chat, look at this. Do you see this? What is this thing? Do you see this? Look at this. These two things are here. Look at that. What is going on here? What is going on here? What is this? Do you see this? Do you understand this? What the fuck? What is this? Do you see this? Do you see this? Democrats. This is the future this is the utopia they want. Do you see this thing? Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Like, they're just pointing at stuff, pointing at things. That's it. That's it. You point at something and you say, this is a problem. Why would the Democrats do this? And then don't advocate for anything that would actually solve it, let alone anything at all. You don't advocate for anything. What is your solution besides pointing at the fact that these are Democrat cities where there's lots of poverty? They're ultra-liberal. Ultra-liberals are to blame for this. Oh, maybe it's because these ultra-liberals are fucking capitalists and don't fucking spend any of the money on social services either. Like, what are you talking about? You're pointing out the breakdown of social services as the cause of this issue, meanwhile advocating for cutting spending across the board and deregulating across the board and never supporting unions and never supporting quote-unquote handouts. This is bonkers. Fucking bonkers. Fox News, activists caught giving food to hungry homeless people to encourage their choice to live on the streets. Right. Did you know that it's inhumane to offer a tent to somebody that did not have even that little of shelter before? Did you know that that's inhumane? Crazy.
It's so much worse. It shows that they don't care. And money, we've seen this all over the country. Money does not solve homelessness. Systems do.
Oh, really?
And they refuse to get operating systems, and shame on them.
What would you do? What would you do? What systems? What system? What system? Money doesn't solve it, but systems do? Wait, what do you mean by that? Be specific. Be specific. Because as far as I know, systems, aka programs, social welfare programs, social safety nets, require fucking money, you dingus. You fucking dingus.
Dana, you have an opinion on this?
Well, it was interesting.
Do you support a jobs program? Like, what do you propose? Are you going to offer up anything as a solution?
You have experience in Portland and Los Angeles and New York. So you've seen this.
Democrat cities.
That wasn't my point, but I think, just to reiterate what you're saying, is that money is not solving the problem. And the other thing is it's going to get worse, especially in Portland. Why? Because they're driving the businesses out. Last week on this show, you saw a story about Walmart deciding to close 2 of its stores.
Oh no, Walmart, because the Walton family the poor Walton family. Oh goodness. Oh no. They were forced.
That's a lot of jobs. That's where a lot of people.
Yeah, jobs that aren't fucking paying living wages, you dumb fuck. You dumb fuck. You don't support housing, even if they were there to provide their so many quality jobs. Let's say there was Walmarts everywhere, just offering jobs to everyone. None of these people can get jobs because they don't have an address. They don't have a fucking address to get mail at. They don't have that. They don't have a phone. They don't have access to internet. They don't have any of these things. How the fuck what do you suppose we do? Oh my God.
Services, I mean, because that's also the pharmacy.
Yep, food and clothing.
And that's also where you get your pictures printed if you're going to do something like that, but you get your groceries there and everything that you need. And Now they're leaving as well. That means that other businesses are going to leave. So it's a downward spiral.
Jesse, when you think about this creatively, what more
So
can they be doing? I
stupid.
mean, I think
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse Waters. Let's go to our expert, Jesse Waters. What do you think, Jesse?
Be doing to deal with this issue more effectively.
Well, I wouldn't make rock bottom more comfortable. That's
okay. So what, you want to scare them? Oh, well, then it needs to be as miserable as possible. That way they're inspired to get off their ass and lift themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. Yeah, don't make it comfortable. Don't fucking, you're talking about, you're literally in one breath saying that it is inhumane to give people tents when they don't even have a tent as a shelter, and then you're saying that you wouldn't make it more comfortable. What would you do, Jesse? Jesse wouldn't make it more comfortable, certainly, for them.
What I would start with. And the more money you send, the more homelessness increases. So someone's skimming the money off the top at these organizations. Because
what organizations? What money? Be specific. Cite your sources. What organization? What organization? Sending money doesn't fix it? What organization? Are you talking about the government? Are you talking about nonprofits? Like, what are you talking about?
You shouldn't want to continue homelessness just so you can stay in business. And that's what it looks like. I know a guy.
Oh, so almost like it shouldn't be up to private businesses to fix this issue? It should be up to governments that are accountable to voters? What are you suggesting? They don't have any suggestions. They don't have any solutions.
Island, it works with a lot of homeless people. And this has nothing to do with money. He takes them to his park and he has them pick up garbage. And what that does is it kind of gives them a sense of accomplishment. And then other people in the community go, I walk through this park all the time. This park looks spick and span. Thank you guys very much for your contribution to this park. And these guys hear this and they, it gives them a sense of dignity. It gives them a sense of accomplishment and self-worth. And money can't buy that. You have to get that yourself with things like that.
So a jobs program then. So wait, are you saying we need to do a jobs program? Do you support? Yeah, we need to get that. We need to force them with the threat of being jailed for being homeless to clean parks and give so that they can have that they can feel good about themselves. We need to show them the worth of hard work. We need to give them work. So wait, sounds like maybe the logical move there would be to get the government to fucking do some kind of jobs program, maybe get them fucking housing.
Action and doing. And right now they're just languishing.
I'd take the money over picking up the garbage, but that's me. Right, One Nation, what would you say to this?
You didn't give any solution.
Think about ways in which we can be creative. Well, I don't mean to degrade below you. We should give people dignity, but what other things?
We have to talk about. Well, we have to talk to the people who are homeless. And the image was originally when homelessness really started taking root, or when you're younger, it's man, they can't make their rent payment. They're out on their own. These families are stuck. It turns out there's mental illness. A lot of them are former soldiers. A lot of them are in the military.
Okay, so maybe like the VA getting the VA and like healthcare and things like this are important to think about. Like, what are we talking about?
We're drug addicted.
So, do you want to give them healthcare? Do you want to give them healthcare? What about like safe injection sites so that we don't see dead people in the fucking streets? They're willing to point out problems that require like public government solutions, but they're not willing to actually say it because that's not what they actively advocate for. The opposite.
A lot of it related to the border too. And sometimes people have to be what Mayor Adams said, at least gave lip service to, mandated, scooped up like Rudy Giuliani did, put in facilities and try to rehab them.
They need to be arrested. They need to. So there it is. There it is, chat. There it is. They need to follow the fucking Eric Adams fucking playbook. They need to go the way of Eric Adams and make it so that cops can just decide, can make the judgment call themselves. The police who, they have no problems. The police are just so great. They're wonderful, right? There's nothing at all wrong with the police, right? We need to give them the ability to make the judgment call of who's fucking mentally fit enough to be on the street and just arrest people and force them to fucking get rehabbed, whatever the fuck that means to you. It's so disgusting. And you want to fucking call it inhumane? You literally you actually want to use the words inhumane when describing people giving homeless people tents. It's fucking bonkers.
Back. I tell you, I have a relative that's living in New Orleans. They're having the time of their lives living under the bridge in this homeless community, blasting music, having birthday parties.
What?
And get them back. I tell you, I have a relative that's living in New Orleans. They're having the time of their lives living under the bridge in this homeless community, blasting music, having birthday parties. Some have just checked out of society, don't want to pay rent anymore. So there are subcultures within subcultures. I think.
Anecdotes, huh? Cool. I'll just take your word for that anecdote. I'll just have to take your word on that anecdote then.
Military who has trouble adjusting back, which is sinful that we did. And I think number two, I think the drugs and overall mental illness. And it's just destroyed.
So what do we do then? There's mental illness. Well, there's mental illness. What do you suppose? Further paywall access to mental health care? Is that what you suppose? Do we need to deregulate these industries more? Is that what you think? What is your solution?
When Phil Knight comes out and says, I'm a Nike guy, I have to save this city.
What's up, Space Cats Heavy?
Republicans.
Does Tofu have a Discord?
And they don't. Yeah. And things get worse. What are people going to have to do to change policies?
The homeless were having a birthday
What's up, bloody anus?
Yeah.
What's up, Big McNuggets?
Lives under a bridge? What did you say?
Oh, if you go under the bridge in New Orleans, underneath the main thoroughfare, they're having parties. They're living lives.
I'm not laughing about that, but I misunderstood you. I thought you said your family was living under the bridge.
I have a relative who lives there to drive through there every day.
Okay, now
It sounds like
you should take better care of your mother.
I went on Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, so his relative has to fucking drive through it. That's what he's talking about. Oh, okay. Okay, buddy. Fucking loser. You fucking loser. God, I hate these people, dude. They're fucking demons. They're actual demons. Imagine giving a homeless person a tent inhumane. Like, the boot is so far down their fucking throat that they don't, like, holy crap, holy fucking crap. That's just... Oh my God, it makes me so angry. It makes me so angry watching this shit, dude. His relative saw an unhoused person once. What a fucking great anecdote, dude. I was homeless. It was no party. I'm sorry to fucking hear that. And we know. And imagine, like, even if there was, like, yeah, okay, a group of homeless people like celebrating someone's birthday. What does a party mean? Oh, they have like but food and drinks and loud music and like, you know, oh yeah, great. Imagine like trying to like have some kind of a life while homeless. Like, you fucking piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking multimillionaires all sitting around a table complaining about seeing unhoused people. SMH chop chop, right? Fucking shit, dude. All right. We gotta fucking move on. I'm gonna fucking burst a blood vessel, just fucking freak out, have an aneurysm, being so fucking angry. Let's move on. Let's do a couple things on the SVB situation with Majority Report and then the Rational National. And then we'll move on to talk again about the Cop Cities thing. And then we'll be pretty much done with politics and news. We'll have a John Oliver and Audit the Audit. But then after, you know, it's just all comfy shit pretty much from there. All comfy shit. So let's start off with the Majority Report. Pathetic Republicans Silicon Valley Bank woke reaction tells you everything. Let's check it out.
Let's just start with this clip, and it will help us explain more or less what happened. Understand that federally insured banks, the FDIC is constantly monitoring different banks to see what their exposure is in terms of how much money they have actually literally in the bank, whether they can cover depositors, whether they have leveraged too much of their deposits in terms of loans, and when they think there's a problem, they come in and they shut the bank down. Here is James Comer. He is the Representative James Comer. Is he a chairman of the banking?
He's the chair of the oversight committee.
He's chair of the oversight committee, and he's explaining why the Silicon Valley Bank collapsed. And this is one angle you probably won't hear from most rational human beings.
I get your take on the news of the day, and that is this Silicon Valley Bank loss and this failure. You were on a bank board. You're the chairman of the oversight committee. What should be done here?
Well, look, this is something that I worry could be a trend. Usually when one bank goes down, more banks go down. And what we've seen early on from the articles I've read in the Wall Street Journal and other financial publications is they invested a lot of cash that I would assume they had from things like the PPP loan, government policy, and they invested it in bonds. And then because the Democrats spent too much money in all their stimulus, the bonds go down when interest rates go up. The Fed had to raise interest rates to combat the Democrat inflation. And then we see now coming out that they were one of the most woke banks in their quest for the ESG type policy and investing. This could be a trend, and there are consequences for bad Democrat policy. And I think we need to keep an eye on all the banking sector right now.
Yeah, did you know, chat, that it's one, god damn it, man. One, it's inhumane to give a homeless person a tent. Two, the fucking banks are woke. They're woke. Like, people watch this. This is the most popular news station in the country, bro. We're fucked, dog. It hurts my soul, dude. It hurts my fucking soul that this is the most popular fucking news station.
Well, we're waiting for a solution. We are expecting.
I mean,
that's all they've got.
Oh my fucking god.
I mean, I wonder if there's anybody out there, anyways, who could like really understand what he was talking about. I mean, I get what he's saying. But he's trying to blame so much of it on Democrats and things like COVID relief that caused inflation, which didn't really cause inflation.
It did not cause inflation. COVID relief did not cause inflation.
Caused the Fed to raise its interest rates, which has a unique impact in some respects. Out on
like no mention of like Dodd-Frank, no mention of deregulation, no mention of record profits of corporations, no like
Silicon Valley.
Just like DEI, just DEI.
Because when so many of these companies, and we've talked about this as to why they have been laying off a lot of people as interest rates go up. They don't have much cash coming in relative to the size of their companies. A lot of these companies stay afloat through low cost loans. A lot of them are startups, and they're just trying to increase their valuations so that somebody comes along and buys them out. But when the cost of money, when the interest rate goes up, that becomes harder to do. So they start to lay off people. And the Silicon Valley Bank was particularly susceptible to this. And they were issuing a lot of loans, and then a lot of the so-called small businesses that had their that had all their money there above the threshold of the $250,000 in which the FDIC insures for each depositor. Something like 90% of their deposits were above this. And what was happening is at one point, like a lot of these companies need to come in and get cash. because their loans are too expensive. Maybe they can't cover payroll or something to that effect. Meanwhile, this bank is overexposed because a lot of the interest rates go up. And there was another issue as to why they were able to avoid regulators seeing that they were the relationship between how much they had in the bank and the loans that they had out there was so out of whack. There's a reason. Supposedly they have about $200 billion in assets in this bank. In 2017, they would have gotten a lot of scrutiny for every dollar, or once they passed a $50 billion threshold. But because of a bill pushed by Crapo from Delaware, right?
Yeah.
Is that where you're from? The banker.
Idaho.
Crapo?
Idaho? Sorry. From Crapo, and frankly, I mean, Democrats were on board with this as well.
50
Chris Coons was
Republicans.
there for it.
Yeah, 50 Republicans voted for it. 17.
Oh, Mike
Democrats
Crapo.
voted.
All of the corporate guys like Coons and Warner,
Yeah,
and,
Warner,
Such a good name.
and Tester, all the people getting the money. And here's Donald Trump announcing the rollback of Dodd-Frank. Essentially, it wasn't a rollback, but it was changing the threshold in which the Dodd-Frank regulations, in particularly in terms of like your deposits to loan ratio, was essentially
Crapo crap house.
Increased by like
nice.
5 times. So
5
50,
times.
50
Relax.
to
50 to 250.
And that's
Relax
why,
a little bit.
explicitly lobbied for by the
I would listen to that podcast.
CEO of this bank, SVB.
We've done, but we've kept yet another.
Look at this fucking guy. Ah, yes. This is my president. This is my president, you fucking cuck.
As I signed the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act into law. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for our country.
Pause it for 1 second. You know, you forget, but like, what the heck? Like, can't they just even put makeup on his eyes?
You don't understand. You've never been in a tanning bed before. Regretfully, I have. You have to put those little things on.
Yeah.
And so that is just...
But can't they then just put makeup on his eyes afterwards? I mean, come on.
That would be gay. Sam, but have you considered that putting makeup on your eyes would be gay?
That's very...
Eyebrows in a very natural way that has been unable to be reproduced by makeup. So
This is
sorry.
2018, and you can look at Mike Pence so longingly.
Fly on his head. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
That 5 years later, he would have to turn on this one, and this great, great man.
This is truly a great day for America.
It's truly
a great day for American workers and small businesses.
Oh yeah, yeah. Small businesses, yeah. Workers
throughout the nation. The legislation I'm signing today rolls back the crippling Dodd-Frank regulations that are crushing community banks and credit unions nationwide. They were in such trouble. One size fits all. Those rules just don't work, and community banks and credit unions should be regulated the same way, and you have to really look at this. They should be regulated the same way with proviso for safety as in the past when they were vibrant and strong, but they shouldn't be regulated the same way as the large, complex...
That's not a tanning bed. That's not... This color is from spray tans, no? This, like, the orange color is a spray tan thing, right? Like, he's not actually getting rays pumped on him because that would probably be bad for him as an old guy, right? Like that, got cancer, skin cancer type beat. Like this is a spray tan. Yeah, 100% spray.
We're so
All right,
small.
let me just explain what just happened there. He got lost where he was reading, and he said they should be regulated the same way, when in fact the law...
Well, you still put the eye thingies on, I'm pretty sure, right? Because you don't want to get sprayed in your eyes, but maybe you could just close your... I don't know.
Push there said they shouldn't be regulated in the same way because... And he had to do that whole thing. So all of that was just muckety-muck. You have to understand that basically he's just saying they shouldn't be regulated in the same way because what's the possible danger? Go ahead.
Financial institutions, and that's what happened, and they were being put out of business one by one, and they weren't lending. Since its passage in 2010, Dodd-Frank has dealt a huge blow to community banking. As a candidate, I pledged that we would rescue these community banks from Dodd-Frank, the disaster of Dodd-Frank. And now we are keeping that commitment, and all of the people with me are keeping that commitment.
Yeah. Well, community banking, like these are not small mom and pop banks. These are banks with up to $250 billion in assets.
What do you when you say community banking? It sounds like it's like there's just like a small neighborhood, and it's just like, we have like, I don't know, like a small like $500,000, like $200 billion in assets. Like what?
And like now, we're so small. We're just, helping out in our little regional areas. But now we're too small to be regulated, but we're also too big to fail. So please give us government money now.
And to be clear, supposedly the story is that shareholders and the bank itself is going to take a bath on this, but it's protecting depositors. But you
don't have 200 billion assets, Tofu? God damn it. If I had 200 billion in assets, listen, this fucking world would be a lot better place. I'm just saying Los Angeles would be we would be chilling. Oh God. I hate thinking about shit like that. Like, it's a joke, right? But sometimes I find myself thinking about that. Like, if I won the lottery and had like a ton of money, it's like, dude, none of my I would not let somebody just like sleep on the streets. Like there's no way I could sleep at night. And I'm not just trying to be like, oh, look at me, so moral, but like genuinely, if I had that much money, there's no fucking way I could live with myself walking past a homeless person. Like, how can you do that? It truly doesn't make sense to me. I know it's because people live in completely different realities than we do, right? I know that's the reason, but it still doesn't make sense. It doesn't fucking make sense. It is literally a choice every day that in Los Angeles right now there are thousands of people spending the night in the fucking streets. Like, that's a literal choice that is being made. It's a policy decision. It hurts my fucking soul thinking about that. Like, I can't even believe that. Like, I have had $0 in my fucking bank account for fucking this whole week, right? Well, not today because of fucking my nightmare blunt rotation friends hooked me up a little bit. But like, I live paycheck to paycheck, and I still give fucking I keep a fucking big jar of quarters and change and stuff in my car. So that no matter what, whenever I drive past a fucking homeless person on the side of the fucking freeway and shit, and they're begging for change, I always do. I always have something for them. And like I'm saying, I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at me, I'm so moral, I'm so ethical, blah blah blah. But it's just like I cannot even believe that there are people out there who don't have to worry about what like where rent is gonna come from next month, and don't fucking do that. It's so fucking bullshit. Hey, I gave you 100 for, yo, you did, and you want to know what that went to, Forlorn, and I appreciate you. You want to know what that went to? Fucking just under $1,300 water and power bill. And I actually am in debt with my fucking roommate, like $120 something that I still owe them for fucking utilities. Like, it just hurts my fucking soul that this is the world we live in. I just can't even believe this. I just can't even believe this. We have people on the fucking television talking about how it's inhumane to give a homeless person a fucking tent. That's inhumane. Like, Like, they're actual evil people. Like, it's not a fucking exaggeration to say that these people are fucking evil. Evil. Why is your water and electric so high? Because these companies are making record profits, but also cutting their workforces in half to fucking make more profits. And they've raised their prices. Gas companies, water, power, all of them. All of them. Did you know Carter is moving to Las Vegas? He said it was cheaper than LA. I did not know that he was moving to Las Vegas, but absolutely it's cheaper than in LA. But I shouldn't have to fucking do that. My mom actually even suggested that to me. Would you ever think about like moving and stuff? And it's like, Mom, you know better than anyone else that I've lived here my whole life. I shouldn't have to. I've lived here my entire life, and I should not have to fucking move away from the place that I grew up and was born in. I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to fucking move to the middle of fucking nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, we live in a backwards fucking society. It's literally exactly backwards. Oh my God. Carter isn't moving for the utilities. He's moving because there's no state income tax in Nevada. That's why, chat, that's why everyone moves to Nevada. It's called gentrification. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't, but doesn't government impose caps on them? It really sucks. I've got to move for other reasons. Having to move sucks. Yeah, I've never had to. Well, I mean, I've moved like apartments and like and moved places within LA, but like I've never like had to move outside of LA. No state income tax in Washington either. They made the banks woke, right? It really sucks. I've got to read that. It's time to move to not America. I mean, oh my God, you guys. Okay.
Tofu Dono donated $10. Love y'all. Love chat too.
Thank you. That's really sweet. I'm not. It always makes me feel so bad when I like go on. It makes me feel like I feel like so bad like going on a rant about being broke and then like thank you so much. It seriously thank you. It like there are people who have it worse than me. Like, and that's what makes this hard for me to understand is that like, so I get really frustrated with my situation as a lot of you, I'm assuming, I'm sure do get really frustrated with like, how come like I don't have anything to show for all the fucking shit that I've gone through in my life, all the work that I've gone through or whatever, all the stuff that I've done. I don't have anything to show for it. Like to me, like I am barely just getting by. I'm barely just getting by. And there are people who have it significantly worse than me. And like, I can't even like that. Like, it's like, God, that is so dark. It's just fuck, man. But thank you so much, Tofu Dono. I appreciate that. It really means a lot. Thank you, chat, all of you, for all of the support you give me. It means a lot. Like, I know it's shit's tight for everybody. I made the choice to leave the job that was ruining my fucking, like, destroying my soul, destroying my happiness, to try to like have a shot at happiness and working on music, and then ended up streaming, and then the rest is history. But like seriously, thank you for the support. It means a lot because it makes it worth it living like check to check, because I have what a lot of people don't have is like freedom. I have a lot of I try to think of it this way, that like I also get paid in the freedom to wake up when I feel like it, and the freedom to like what I'm doing for the bulk of my income right now is talking about things that I believe in and like spreading propaganda about things that I think is worthwhile. And like I get that opportunity. Not everybody gets to make that to do that. You know what I mean? And I recognize the privilege that is. Like I recognize how privileged I am to be like have 130 people in here watching me get mad about fucking politics. Like a lot of people don't get that, you know, and so like thank you so much. And I also feel like bad, you know, I don't know, but thank you. I don't know, but I'm ranting, I'm rambling. I appreciate you all, seriously. Thank you.
Some reporting to this effect, and I have a feeling this is going to be the big story, is that two things were going on.
I was about to have to move out of state at the end of 2021 because I realized I was financially circling the drain in LA, but things got weird and now I won't have to move ever again. Feels weird. Word. For sure. Well, I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, that makes me happy. You mean watching you be based with I appreciate it. Thank you. Don't feel bad, dog. You're a Twitch streamer. We're chatters. Is what we do. I appreciate it. And seriously, you guys like make my day every day so much better, just being able to come here and have like-minded people talk about things that we all think is important. And you know, like, it's just like, this is the coolest fucking shit ever. I feel like I'm contributing something positive, and I also get to like use that thing that I feel like I'm doing that is positive to like just slide by, which is like enough for me. If I feel like I can sleep at night. You know what I mean? I can sleep at night. Like, unlike, I don't know how the fuck a lot of these assholes do, but I can sleep at night knowing that like I'm doing something that I think is positive, that like makes me happy, that I hope like has some kind of positive effect on other people's lives. Like, thank you so much, chat. Thank you.
The Silicon Valley Bank. One, you open up an account there, you've got a startup, you need a very low cost loan. The bank says, sure, we're going to give you, or here's the deal. If you have X amount of dollars in this bank, we will give you a low cost loan.
No, you guys are good beans.
And I have a feeling
Gonna go to sleep. Thanks for the base stream. Thank you for the base chats. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Hope to see you next time. Word. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you all. Seriously. Thank you.
It was not just the case for these small businesses, in quotes, but also the individuals. You put $500,000 in our bank and you park it here.
All good beans. I
mean, this is the way it works.
Little
like, for
soybeans.
For normal stuff. Like, if you keep.
You can sleep at night. Sorry, that's bullshit. You're right. That's real. You don't sleep at night. Shut the fuck up. That's so real. God damn it. That's so fucking real. It's like midday for me in my daily routine. It's 2:13 a.m. It's that's so fucking real. That's so fucking real. Oh shit. I woke up at fucking 7:30 p.m. today. Holy fuck, dude. Haha, day sleeper. I feel called out, bro. Shouts out to all my degens, bro. Shouts out to my degen fucking politics nerd community. I appreciate you guys. Like, life got better, but it didn't feel good getting that close to the edge. And it makes me sad when I know most people won't have the good circumstances that I ended up with then when they're close to that edge. Worse. Word. Yeah. I woke up at 9:45 p.m. Fuck. Got me beat. Yo, damn. That's so real. Degen community, love this. And the time difference. Oh, well, y'all, you're different. You're different. You're on the other side of the planet. I've been awake since 4 a.m. Dude, Flunky, get some rest.
$1,000 in your checking account, you're going to get a toaster, or you're going to get we're going to waive fees on your checks or something like that. There's a dynamic that exists. That same dynamic exists in this big dollar figure. Put $500,000 in our bank, and your mortgage, the prevailing mortgage rate's 3.5. You're going to get a 1% mortgage.
4 a.m. every day.
$750,000 in our bank.
6:30 a.m. Well, shouts out to y'all. You know what I mean? Shouts out to y'all grinding. You know what I mean? Solidarity. I see you. I hope work doesn't fucking suck too bad today. Also, based however many of you are watching the Tofu Ghost broadcast while on the clock. Crazy based. Crazy based. But shouts out to you all on that fucking grind. I see you. I fucking see you. Speaking of, I'm gonna go. I didn't realize it was past you. Fuck. Tofu always keeping me up too late at night. Listen, you're welcome. I'm just kidding. Have a good night, Jaina. I appreciate having you here. Always good to see you in chat. Hope to see you again next time. And also everybody go follow Jaina. Go follow Jaina. Go do it. They're fucking awesome. Go follow. Night night. Sweet dreams.
A 0% mortgage for 10 years. And it'll grow then to the prevailing. There is no doubt in my mind this dynamic is what's going on here, because there's no way all of that money was that dumb to not know that their money wasn't insured over $250,000. They took a risk to get all of these financial benefits. And in some instances, these small businesses, they did that because they wanted cheap capital to grow their business, and they were willing to assume the risk until they weren't willing to assume the risk.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on there. Now, I understand theoretically that supposedly the taxpayer's not bailing them out.
Wait, I just realized that I never knew I needed this, but I think I need a Sam Cedar scratching his beard ASMR.
But let's just be clear on what the dynamic is here. They took the risk. These are all the same people who are going to say, like, shouldn't forgive any college loans. They took the risk because they got a benefit from it. That's supposedly the whole point. That's the whole reason why people make interest on loans, because there's risk associated with it. That's what we keep getting told over and over again, except for when the risk goes the wrong direction, then they get a bailout.
Well, what happens when more regional banks fall, if they do, right? Because when you're seeing how small of a percentage of their money was actually from retail deposits,
Spirit has only gotten better with time. True.
Like the regular person is mostly putting their money into a national bank, right? More of these regional banks are going to fall, and then
I'm not convinced that more of these regional banks are going to fall. It's just a question of whether there's going to be a bank run in these banks, and whether they're as they're as highly leveraged as this one in Sanford, in Silicon Valley. My guess is most of these banks aren't. Just by nature of I think part of this was unique to the function of the businesses there. There may be a couple here or there that are. Maybe it's even more widespread. We don't know, and that's the whole point of the rollback of the Dodd-Frank thing. But and I understand the value of making all these people whole, because that means that less of these small banks are going to have bank runs. But the bottom line is that it is very important that we all know what's going on here, because when they talk about you don't want the moral hazard, or you took the risk when you went and took out a college loan, or whatever it is, understand there's two sets of rules here.
It's a good reminder to advocate for postal banking, right, Sam?
Well, I mean, look, I wouldn't put... If I had the problem of having more than $250,000 in the bank, I would get it. I would put it in two different banks, but
right,
because I don't have enough, to get that 0% mortgage.
Shut up! I know you're getting that Soros check.
One thing on the diversity thing, which
Sam.
is silly, but also
You're
it's going
rich.
to be the main talking point for the Republican Party. I think in the wake of this, these banks are too woke, but what does that mean? They're investing in too many and hiring too many black and LGBT people. I just looked up Chase, Citigroup.
When you say VC, round girl, are you saying venture capital?
JP Morgan,
venture.
they all have diversity stuff.
Which is so funny, because this 2018 bill weakened diversity requirements for these banks. That's what happened in this bill.
Right.
Yeah, the idea. I mean, he's just basically saying they've hired too many
finance discussion
women.
I'm so ignorant. I'm learning. I'm trying to learn.
People of color, and they're not competent to make loans. That's what the argument is.
That's insane. I feel like we've devolved since 2008, because was it that stupid 2008? They've gone too woke.
No.
They had what was their what did they say for that? They had nothing. I mean, I was too young for that.
I guess it's too much giving black.
How
people
old is
houses,
Emma?
I guess maybe.
Oh.
That's exactly what it was.
Okay.
Yes. It was. Yes. Oh God, it's all coming back to me now. Yes, it was all about the CRA. I think it was the Community Reinvestment Act, and that the Democrats were too eager to give black people houses, and so they took out mortgages they couldn't afford, and that was the story.
28.
That was the big fight. That was definitely the big fight. This one will be the bankers are just too woke.
Too woke, folks. Too woke. What's this? Credible tantrum venture capitalist threw over Silicon Valley Bank. I'll definitely check this out. I'm going to add this to my reading list. I'm going to add that to my reading list. Let's see. All right, the next video we had was Bernie proven right again as SVB collapses. We covered Bernie's statements on this yesterday. I wish I knew how to read. Yeah, so she was like 13 in 2008. Fuck, dude, I'm old. I hate that I'm old. But without venture capital, we wouldn't have Facebook, and without Facebook, we wouldn't have Trump. Oh. You know what? Actually, let's watch it because maybe there's something new. I need to learn more about this.
Increase the likelihood that a large financial firm with assets of between 100 billion and 250 billion would fail.
SVB was known as a tech lender and held more than $200 billion in assets.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has been proven right once again as
I keep forgetting that Bernie's independent.
Bank failure in U.S. history just occurred. That is the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. This is the biggest bank collapse since Washington Mutual failed in 2008. So in this video, I will get to how Bernie was right. I'll get to what happened in this case. I'll get to what the government is currently saying about this. And I'll also get to what Biden is saying, which I find a little interesting. But first here, so this is what happened. This from the Lever News. On Friday, California regulators shut down the Silicon Valley Bank, a top lender to venture capital firms and tech startups, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation took it over, following a bank run by its customers. The bank reportedly did not have a chief risk officer in the months leading up to the collapse, while more than 90% of its deposits were not insured. So, I will get to the government response. Is it going to be a taxpayer-funded bailout? But first here, this is why this happened. From Common Dreams. In 2018, ignoring the vocal warnings of experts and advocacy groups, the then Republican-controlled Congress passed legislation that weakened post-financial crisis regulations for banks between 50 billion and 250 billion in assets.
Canaries are more useful.
Systemically risky failures and more taxpayer bailouts. Silicon Valley Bank, the California-based firm that collapsed on Friday, controlled an estimated 212 billion, leading analysts and lawmakers to argue that the 2018 law made the institution's market-rattling failure and resulting federal takeover more likely. And guess who was saying this back in 2018 before this passed?
Who was it, Bernie?
Against passing this further deregulation of Wall Street. Of course, as I said, Bernie Sanders. So as Jordan Ewell shared here, in 2018, Congress, and after intense lobbying by the financial sector, pushed to further deregulate the banking industry. Sanders opposed it, citing the CBO, which issued a report finding further deregulation increased the likelihood a bank like SVB would fail. Check this out.
Are our memories so short?
Oh yeah, we read
that we have learned nothing.
He referenced this this speech in his statement
from the 2008 Wall Street crash. 15 million families as a result of that financial crisis lost their homes to foreclosure as more and more people could not afford to pay their mortgages. As a result of the illegal behavior of Wall Street, American households lost over $13 trillion in savings. That is what Wall Street did 10 years ago. And against my strong opposition, then Congress and the Federal Reserve provided the largest taxpayer bailout in the history of the world.
Our memories are getting shorter.
Because they were too big to fail. But now, 10 years later, hoping that we forget all about that, these large financial institutions are back again. How pathetic is that? Just yesterday, the Congressional Budget Office told us that the legislation we are debating today will, and I quote, increase the likelihood that a large financial firm with assets of between $100 billion and $250 billion would fail, end of quote.
And that's exactly what happened. There's Bernie back in 2018 warning this would happen, and it happened. At the end of this video, I'm going to link to one of my videos from a few years ago showcasing Bernie Sanders over the years on all major positions and him being correct on every single position.
Unironically, the most consistent fucking person in our government.
Because I am. Watching how both the press...
The funniest thing about SVB was that they did normal bank things. They bought government bonds, the safest investment.
And Bernie's Democrats, well, I mean, he's not a Democrat, but people that he caucuses with, watching them attempt to smear him both in 2016 and again in 2020 when he was running for president was so incredibly frustrating. When it was clear
I was 7 in 2008. Y'all fucking stop that right now. Okay, you're gonna make tofu feel old.
This is the man that should be in power. It is so rare to have a politician like this be correct again and again, whether it's on the Iraq War, whether it's on media consolidation, whether it's on corporate power, whether it's on gay rights, whether it's on Wall Street. Go down the list, every single issue, he has been proven correct. Yet, of course, he is not the controlling voice in Washington. No, you have corporate control, so people like Bernie Sanders are drowned out. Let me get to his statement and, of course, the reaction from the White House and what their response is to all this. But as Bernie writes, my statement on Silicon Valley Bank, he put this out this weekend.
My statement on Silicon Valley Bank.
Silicon Valley Bank is a direct result of an absurd 2018 bank deregulation bill signed by Trump that I strongly opposed. 5 years ago, the Republican director of the Congressional Budget Office released a report finding that this legislation would increase the likelihood that a large financial firm with...
I was fucking 22 and my back didn't hurt so bad. Kick your ass. I was 18, had real internet for the first time, and was opponing noobs on Halo 3. Hell yeah. Last good Halo ever made. Yeah, dude, I graduated high school in 2009.
$100 billion and $250 billion would fail.
I was 23 in 2008.
I just showed you. He also goes on to say, now is not the time for U.S. taxpayers to bail out Silicon Valley Bank. If there is a bailout of Silicon Valley Bank, it must be 100% financed by Wall Street.
Class of 09, let's go.
So I'll get to what they're currently saying in a second here. But on this 2018 bill that was passed, of course, before it, the bank industry spent...
Hey, that's a slur.
Or I should say...
You're not old, I'm old. I graduated in 2007.
Silicon Valley Bank, spent more than $500,000 on federal lobbying. Which in the grand scheme of things isn't even a lot, but it's enough to buy off politicians, and they got what they wanted. So it's important to point out here, as David Sirota tweets out, quick reminder...
I was sure you was younger, Tofu.
And 17 Democratic senators.
I need to stop saying things about my age so y'all can continue fucking thinking that. I need to stop referencing how old I actually am so that you motherfuckers keep thinking that I'm young as shit. I need to sleep. Go to sleep, flunky. What you doing? 50 at minimum? Okay, that's fucking slander. That's fucking slander. I'll ban you, okay? I will ban you so fucking fast.
Ignore warnings and weaken risk regulations for
ageism.
Silicon Valley Bank. Donald Trump signed the bill into law, and it is now the second biggest bank collapse in...
Thought you were like 25? I'll take it,
so
Austin.
If you want to see if your senator's on this list, this is the full list. I'll link to this below the video under sources on YouTube as well. But, you know, in terms of Democrats, it's the ones you would expect. It's the more conservative, more corporate Democrats, including both Democrats.
21 when 9/11
Biden's
happened?
home state, which is not surprising considering Delaware is Wall Street's biggest friend. But just to give you an idea of, the positions that a lot of these Democrats hold when it comes to these economic issues, there's not much of a difference between them and Republicans. So 17 was enough to push this through.
28, 29.
Now, Warren Gunnels, who of course
5 billion years. It's adorable.
Says here the vulture capitalists who call canceling student debt a dangerous socialist experiment are now
How dare
begging
you,
for a
Sherlock,
bailout
don't.
for Silicon Valley Bank after spending
How dare
billions
you.
lobbying to deregulate it. Dr. King was right. We have socialism for the rich, rugged capitalism for the rest.
Rugged
So yes, of course, they are calling for a
individualism
massive
for the poor.
taxpayer-funded bailout. Now, will they get it? Well, first here, in a statement on Sunday ahead of the government's rescue plan announcement, Matt Stoller, research director for the American Economic Liberties Project, made the case against any taxpayer bailout for Silicon Valley Bank. Silicon Valley Bank was a badly managed and corrupt institution that entangled itself with powerful actors in the tech industry. The operative question government regulators are now facing is what
Hell yeah.
taxpayer funds to bail out the depositors from the failures of SVB's management. But a full bailout, Stoller warned, will only encourage other regional banks to take similar risks in the future, just as Silicon Valley Bank did. And this goes to, when Bernie talks about how we can't have banks that are too big to fail. This is what he's talking about, where there is no failure isn't an option for them, and a lot of them realize that, so they're able to take these sorts of risks, knowing that if they collapse, well, it's okay because as usual, the government's going to come to their rescue. Now, in this case, it's a bit of a mix. So Janet Yellen here is ruling out bailout for Silicon Valley Bank, saying we're not doing that again, talking about how we're not going to go back to what we did in 2008. So the specifics on that here from the AP. In an effort to shore up confidence in the banking system, the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC said Sunday that all Silicon Valley Bank clients would be protected. The clients would be protected and able to access their money. They also announced steps that are intended to protect the bank's customers and prevent additional bank runs. Though Sunday's steps marked the most extensive government intervention in the banking system since the 2008 financial crisis, its actions are relatively limited compared with what was done 15 years ago. The two failed banks themselves have not been rescued, and taxpayer money has not been provided to the banks.
All right, just real quick for myself, because I know you're all smarter than me. Bank run definition. What is a bank run? A bank run occurs when a large number of customers of a bank or other financial institution withdraw their deposits simultaneously over concerns of the bank's solvency. Gotcha. As more people withdraw their funds, the probability of default increases, prompting the more people to withdraw their deposits. In extreme cases, the bank's reserves may not be sufficient to cover the withdrawals.
So far, it's sounding like they are doing what Bernie's asking, but it's really early. We're going to have to wait and ensure that taxpayer money is not going to bail out this bank. But so far, it looks like they're taking care of the customers, not taking care of the banks themselves.
Good. Fuck them.
Now,
fuck them.
Again, just going to the point that I mentioned earlier, some expert observers were quick to voice concern that SVB's collapse is just the start of broader chaos in the financial industry and the overall economy. So this is what they do every single time. Oh, you have to bail us out because if you don't, well, we're all going to collapse. But then why do you argue against regulations? They do that because it's in their personal financial interest to do that. So they personally can make as much money as possible.
And take all their money out and bounce out.
Collapses on them, well, it's fine because we'll be bailed out. So this is the circle of Wall Street.
SVB failed because they kept having to sell their gov bonds to fund the deposits, but it was always at a loss, death spiral.
Every decade or so. Now, to Biden.
Wait, Tofu, are you actually in your 40s? No, I'll tell you how old I am. I am like a couple months older than Hassan. Wait, how old? Wait, when is Hassan's birthday again? He was born in 1991. I was born in 1990. I'm like a few months older than Hassan.
To hold those responsible for Silicon Valley Bank failure fully accountable.
You're older than Hassan. Fuck you, Pharaoh Roly Poly. You haven't fucking you you haven't said shit, and you came out of nowhere to fucking talk shit about you. Where the fuck have you been? Yeah, dude. So, July 25th, 1991, 2 days before me. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. So I was born in December 1990. Okay. 2 hours of silence. Oh, fuck you guys. I honestly thought you were like 22. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You know, executives. I will believe it when I see it. Biden is not
Fuck you, Gochu Guru.
people in Wall Street accountable.
Older than
But
Hassan
even
by a
apart
couple
from
months.
that, you'd also have to hold your own senators accountable.
Hey, Tofu skin. Tofu's clear. Hey, Tofu's clear skin that is extremely exquisite and smooth and fantastic and pulchritudinous and amazing and poggies and otherworldly and like a honeycomb of pure smooth shiny goodness that probably makes babies smile.
Your two home state senators that voted in favor of deregulating the bank industry once again in 2018. So how are you going to hold them responsible? Like you're not. You know, I'm sure he's attempting to.
Happy Pi Day? Oh, it is Pi Day. Happy Pi Day. 3.14 Pog. Tofu is a Leo? No, I'm a Sagittarius.
Those that you know ran the bank, but you can't simply ignore the lawmakers that were bought off.
Yeah, if Tofu was this jaded at 22, I'd fear for her at 30. Real. Well, to be fair, I was, dog. Listen, I've been a politics nerd for quite a bit. Okay, I've been vegan and shit, like in pretty fucking far left, and I've only gotten further left over the years, obviously. But like since I was a little soybean, a little bitty soybean. Hassan is a Leo. Oh, like a law enforcement officer? Ah, yeah. Hassan is definitely a law enforcement officer.
This bank by the industry to do this.
Thought you said July 25. Oh no, that's Hassan's birthday. That's Hassan's
honest
birthday.
Discussion from leadership about having some sort of barriers when it comes to doing what is best for people and opposing what is best for massive.
Wish I could have met little Tofu. Oh.
Now that discussion's not going to happen from leadership because this is how they operate. Of course, it's also, we have to be clear, every single Republican also voted for this. It's not just Democrats.
True. What is this? What this? I need some time to deal with this revelation. Come on. Come on. Going to sleep. I was born in 1990. I'm like a few months older than Hassan.
To hold those responsible for Silicon Valley Bank failure fully accountable.
You're older than Hassan. Fuck you, Pharaoh Roly Poly. You haven't fucking you haven't said shit, and you came out of nowhere to fucking talk shit about you. Where the fuck have you been? Fuck you. I hate you. Fuck you. Leave me alone, dude. This is cyberbullying, bruh. July 25th, 1991, 2 days before me. Oh, really? Oh, this is fucking cyberbullying, bro. Yo, Round Girl, thank you so much. Oh, wait. Round Girl, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. See you next time. Also, Round Girl streams sometimes. I don't know if Round Girl's still streaming, but Round Girl streams sometimes. Y'all should go follow. I love you, my boomer streamer. Ageism, dude. Ageist.
You know, Biden come out as the Democratic president and claim that he's going to hold these people accountable when 17 Democratic senators voted in favor of this. Come on. You're not going to see anyone there in terms of Democratic senators held accountable. Now,
back chat.
I'm going to link to this below the video. This is Biden versus Bernie, who's on the correct side of history. I put this video out a few years ago. And, you know, because it was the Democratic primary, Biden is the other comparison there. But Biden is simply a representation of most Democrats at the time. So you're going to have Bernie Sanders being correct on everything. And then you're going to have Biden being wrong about everything. So check out that video. It's one of my favorite videos that I've done. A 20-minute breakdown comparing the two, because it really goes to just how much of an outlier Bernie is in Washington in terms of not even just how correct he is, but in terms of who he stands for, the working class, and what politicians in Washington, who they typically stand for. So it is I think, a good breakdown showcasing that divide. So I will link to that below the video. But yeah. Once again, Bernie Sanders, proven right.
Once again, Tofu, when we were talking about invading Iraq and people were like, they have WMDs, I was like, of course they do because we have the receipts. Real. Are you talking about Colin Powell? Are we? No. What's up, Ben? What up? What up? You were playing Final Fantasy? What? That's cool, round girl. I haven't played Final Fantasy in a while. I need to get back in that game. I need to get back on that game. All right. Let's finish up this last commentary video. I got the 7 remake. I started playing the 7 remake and I never finished it because I started playing Final Fantasy 14. I'm so bad at that, dude. I can never finish a fucking game, dude. I can never finish a fucking game. You need to get back on Elden Ring? I do, dude. I need to finish fucking Elden Ring, dude. Fuck, it's like God damn it, man. I suck. I fucking suck. All right, let's finish up the commentary politics section of the stream and then we'll get into just more fun, lighthearted shit. Finishing is not important. Edging is. Hey, yo. Real shit. What job did you play in Final Fantasy 14? Fuck, I'm trying to remember. What's a pugilist? Pugilist? Something like that. I think that's what it's called. Same, never finished anything, you feel me? Yeah, I was a pugilist. You too? Really? Fuck. See, Final Fantasy 14 was cool because we played trying to be a monk. I can't remember what it was that I was trying to work towards because of it. Soft G? Oh, okay. So pugilist. What was I saying? Oh, Final Fantasy 14 was fun because chat would play too. Like, because you all could just like go to my world or whatever. I can't remember what my world was. I have to fucking log on. And just like run around beside me and stuff. And while I go do stuff, pugilist. Got it. I love monk. Got it. So that's probably why I did it then. Because I remember the reason why it was because I wanted to work up to whatever it was that you can work up to. But it's been so long. It's been so long since I played. All right. Autopsy suggests Stop Cop City activists had their hands up when they were shot 14 times by cops. We kind of briefly touched on this a lot earlier towards the beginning of stream, but let's see what Humanist Report's got to say about it.
So a little more than a month ago, we talked about Tortuguita. This is one of the activists trying to stop the construction of Cop City in Atlanta, but during a raid on January 18th by police, Tortuguita was shot and killed by police. But because of the autopsy, we're learning that activists were right to doubt the initial police narrative because it does indeed seem as if Tortuguita had their hands up when they were shot and killed. Vice explains, the Stop Cop City activist who was shot dead by Georgia police earlier this year was likely sitting cross-legged on the ground with their hands raised when gunfire from multiple officers struck them at close range, according to an independent autopsy. Lawyers for the family of 26-year-old Manuel Esteban Pais Terran, known as Tortuguita, released the results of that autopsy in a press conference Monday. The report also showed they were shot at least 14 times, including in the face. The independent autopsy results cast additional doubt on the police's narrative, which was that they acted in self-defense after Tortuguita shot an officer in the leg. Quote,
Bullshit.
They were shot so many times and by different firearms
Bullshit.
that the tracks running through the body converge and intersect, said Brian Spears, one of the lawyers representing Tortuguita's family.
Bullshit.
Manuel was looking death in the face, hands raised, when killed. Tortuguita was killed by Georgia State Patrol on the morning of January 18th as officers attempted to clear the encampment at the site of the proposed training center. The police went to the forest that morning planning for violence, said lawyer Jeff Filipovitz. It was a planned operation, yet no one had a body camera when they shot Manuel.
Only specifically the people who shot Manuel or Tortuguita didn't have their body camera footage of body cameras on, supposedly. supposedly, which I'm calling bullshit. I'm thinking that those body cameras probably were even on, but they're just not giving it up. You know, probably. It also really hurts the fucking narrative that like Tortuguita actually shot and wounded a police officer. It really supports the narrative, the possibility anyway, that there was police friendly fire, and one person shot, hitting a police officer towards police officers from another group of police officers, because there were multiple different departments all involved in this. So there's a serious lack of communication, which a lot of times is by design to get in the way of like investigations after the fact, like we're seeing now. It's just giving more strength to that, to the possibility of friendly fire amongst police officers. Yeah.
So this is an absolute bombshell. This evidence completely dismantles the police narrative, but it's not really that surprising. There was a reason to doubt the official narrative coming from Georgia police, and anyone who was skeptical is proven right by this. Now, I want to give you some additional context. We did cover this back on, I believe, January 24th, and this video that I'm about to play for you is my additional coverage of Cop City, what it is, why Tortuguita was protesting it, and why activists in the area were doubtful of the police narrative. Let's watch. I want to talk about a story that is truly at the intersection of so many issues: environmentalism, indigenous people's rights, police militarization, and the over-policing of majority black cities, the American police state, so on and so forth. That story is Cop City.
And capitalism, and the economic system that the police state upholds.
Finally starting to pay attention to Cop City, but the heightened awareness of Cop City comes at the expense of one.
Oh, wait, no, Nataxu, I think I wanted to become a bard. That's what it was. What is it that you can, wait, not bard. What is it that, what class can play instruments? I wanted to become that class because I wanted to be able to hang out in fucking public squares and in Final Fantasy and like play instruments with my actual keyboard. Bard, okay, that's what it was. Okay.
It's life. Manuel Terran, who is a 26-year-old queer Afro-Venezuelan forest defender who was killed by police on January 18th following a deadly raid on Cop City. Now, in order to understand why Manuel was caught in the crossfire in the first place, we need to understand what Cop City is and why these activists were opposing it so vehemently. Kendall Glenn of Decaturus explains, Cop City is an 85-acre police/fire training facility located in DeKalb County's South River Forest. The location has historically
now it's just
been
Archibald. Oh, really?
Farm site and a police shooting range. Former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms announced the plan to turn the location into a state-of-the-art training facility in April of 2021. The project will cost approximately $90 million, and the area will feature a burn tower, space for high-speed chases, a helicopter pad, a shooting range, and a mock village. Yeah. Now, if that doesn't already sound positively dystopian to you, well, destroying this forest is going to have catastrophic impacts on the community.
What I learned yesterday, and I never thought about it, was that the reason why Atlanta has better air quality than a place like LA, even though they have like similar shitty situations in like they have like a train, but it's like it doesn't really go everywhere, and there's like commutes. The commutes that people have by car are also very long in Atlanta, like in Los Angeles. Apparently the air quality is better in Atlanta because of the fact that there is such big bodies of there are big forests outside of the city, like the one in question here. It's because LA is communist. Also, that
forest is essentially a shield that protects them from anthropogenic climate change.
Yeah.
In an article for the Atlanta Voice, Scott Roberts explains, clear-cutting the forest will have devastating effects on the environment, including worsened air quality and flooding in the predominantly black neighborhoods of Southeast Atlanta. Furthermore, the Atlanta Police Department's current and future use of chemical weapons will poison the soil and the waters, endangering Atlantans' health. So, needless to say, clearing out this forest in order to create a massive military-like training facility for cops isn't just going to lead to more brutalization disproportionately of black and brown people. It's also taking away a shield.
Yeah, as it turns out, trees, pretty good. More trees equals better air quality. Whoa.
that will defend them against climate change. Whoa! And to add insult to injury, Cop City is being constructed on land that was stolen from indigenous people and then subsequently turned into a slave plantation. The land belonged to the Muskogee people, who referred to it as the Wildani Forest for generations. Beginning in the early 1820s, the Muskogee were forcibly displaced from the area through a series of treaties. The removal continued into the 30s. The land then became a plantation for the remainder of the 19th century and into the early 20th century. In 1911, the city of Atlanta purchased the land. 10 years later, it became the Atlanta City Prison and Dairy Farm. From 1922 to the late 80s, the area ran as a prison farm. In 1990, the city began auctioning off farm animals and equipment, and soon after, public notice was issued to discuss future plans for the site. Now, make no mistake about it, the city knows that a majority of the residents are against the creation of Cop City.
Yeah.
They just don't care. And they also know...
Because the corporations have more money than you, and they really, 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 really want this shit. They really want this shit.
Important this forest is for its population. Back in 2017, the Planning Department of Atlanta designated the South River Forest as the city's lungs. And this was because of the environmental significance of that forest. Now, because it was so important, they initially planned to turn the forest into an urban park. However, that idea was scrapped in favor of Cop City, and here we are now. So activists have been pushing back against the construction of Cop City in an effort to protect the South River Forest and prevent even more brutalization of black and brown people by police. And to resist, they've established encampments in the forest and have occupied it for prolonged periods of...
Yo, look at this shit. The fucking ghillie suit like a G, bro.
But cops, however, have been trying to forcibly remove the protesters for quite some time to no avail, and as a result, their tactics have become increasingly violent as time progresses. And during a raid on January 18th, one activist was shot dead, and that activist is Manuel Tarrin. Now, a Georgia state trooper was also
Are people
shot
still
in
camping
hospital.
there? No, not like they were. There are still like some little bits of action, like protests and stuff around the area, but nothing like there was when Tortuguita
with police
was
claiming
shot.
that Tarrin shot him, and Unicorn Riot reports that witnesses heard 10 to 12 gunshots all at once. So it was a fairly
Unicorn
chaotic
Riot's been pretty
situation,
fucking
and police are
awesome
claiming
on
that Manuel
reporting for
fired
this.
first, but the evidence that they released thus far does not substantiate that claim.
Yo, unelectable airwaves. Let me see some of those fucking Parenti emotes. There they are. Let's go. Let me get some Parenti emotes. Let me get that. Let me see some yellow Parentis in chat. Hey, I hope you all had a great stream. What's up, unelectable airwaves? How are you? Hope you had a good day. Raiders, hit this link. Oops. Yeah, I guess that link works. So I get credit for your eyeballs. What's up, Comrade Pesci? Hello. Also, if everybody that was in here, go follow Unelectable Airwaves, good late night lefty content. I know you're all fucking late night fucking politics nerds like me, so there's another option for you, late night lefty stuff. Go check out Unelectable Airwaves. Do it now. Do it now. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in.
And
we're slowly getting to the end of our politics and news section of the stream. Right now, we're just going over the murder of Tortuguita, Cop City, and the independent autopsy showing that Tortuguita was definitely murdered.
Body camera footage of the incident as well.
Shout out didn't
since
work.
No other officer was close enough to capture the incident. Now, Georgia's Bureau of Investigation has released this photograph of a Smith & Wesson 9mm handgun that they claimed was in Tarrin's possession at the time that he was killed.
This one.
And ballistics experts confirmed that the bullets from this gun do in fact match the wound of the cop that was shot. But activists are disputing the cop's narrative and calling for an independent investigation by an impartial third party to figure out what really happened. And activists are rightfully skeptical of the cop's narrative because they've been caught lying to justify the use of deadly force against protesters in the past. For example, as Unicorn Riot reports, in June of 2022, Atlanta police officers were caught on radio traffic justifying the use of lethal force against protesters who used Molotov cocktails to defend themselves and the forest in the midst of a police raid. No forest defenders have been charged for use of Molotovs or incendiary devices. Quote, "I told you deadly force encounter," said one officer. "That's why I brought it up. As long as we're were all on the same page, Molotov cocktails, a deadly force encounter. A deadly force encounter is a situation in which cops are
yeah, it is,
allowed
Francis.
to
Welcome.
shoot and kill. Yeah. So that right there is why activists are rightfully skeptical.
Bullet matches the wound just means, yeah, 9mm did this. It doesn't say shit. It doesn't say shit. Yeah, Unicorn Ride is awesome. They stream on Twitch too. Yeah, their YouTube channel has been pretty good. Their Twitch or Twitter as well. They were like on the ground, you know, for a lot of this stuff. So it's pretty cool.
Of the cops' narrative about Taryn. If they lied before to justify the use of lethal force against these protesters, what's to stop them from lying again to justify the use of lethal force against Manuel? Right? Now, me personally, I fundamentally distrust cops. So I automatically just assume that they're lying every single time that they open their mouths, and I work backwards from that conclusion if and only if they provide the public with an overwhelming amount of evidence to substantiate the claims that they're making. But with respect to this story, they have not done that, and I simply have not been swayed. So I remain at my default position of distrust cops and assume that they're lying. And short of an independent investigation, local activists don't seem to be buying it as well, and they're not letting police demonize Manuel Taryn. And it seems like the community also isn't buying the official narrative from police. So this new update confirms that anyone—
Oh my god, you got all the best emotes, Unelectable. You got all the best emotes with the Dorner emote, the Parenti emote. Nah.
The official narrative coming from Georgia police was correct. Tortuguita was murdered.
Well, how did you get that? How did they let you have that emote? they wouldn't let me have a fucking— I mean, I got them in now, but like they wouldn't let me have my fucking circle A emote. They wouldn't let me have a hammer and sickle emote. It's just like, the fuck? Can we get a shout out for Unicorn Riot? Is it Unicorn _ Riot? Yeah,
and that
absolutely.
is deeply, deeply disturbing and sad, but not surprising.
Hurry up. God damn. Slow. I'm trying to follow. All right, chat. Listen. That is pretty much the end of our like serious politics. 2023. What the hell is this? Oh, there we go. Serious politics. We're gonna get into the, you know, Libby last week tonight, and then we're gonna do an audit the audit, and we have Steve Wallace camping videos, train hopping videos from Vagabond. I got a bunch of fun shit that we're gonna do while we play some chess. But before we do that, it has been over an hour since our last ad break. I'm forced against my will to run 3 minutes of ads per hour. So I do it while I'm away from the stream so that nobody misses anything while I'm gone. If you would like to support the stream, support the little community we got going on here, support me, the streamer, and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or maybe you're already subscribed and you're feeling generous and you want to help out one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community with an ad-free viewing experience and access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our friends. We're currently at just 1 out of 20 for our daily sub goal. Totally understand, you know, money's tight all around, but if you have the means to, please consider subscribing or gifting a sub to one of our friends in the chat, because we do this full time and it would mean a lot. It does mean a lot. It helps a lot. Appreciate every little bit. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay, we're back. We are back. We're so fucking back. We're so fucking back. Oh shit, hey, Classic Banana Milk. Thank you so much for gifting to Unelectable. Thank you so much, Classic Banana Milk. I appreciate that. That's very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, we checking out our leftiness? Left? Fuck you, that's some bullshit, bro. You gotta infight though. You wouldn't be a real leftist unless you hit exclamation point infight after. You're not a real leftist until you fucking infight. Did you know that? Did you know that? It's a rule. Alright. Okay, let's get back into the stuff. Oh yeah, we're on fun shit now. We're on fun shit now. Let's watch John Oliver. Let's see if we can get some giggles from the John Oliver. Let's check it out. Work for it. Exactly. Got a sideways hat, my non-binary. Work for it. Work for it. Work for it. Work for it. In a b-boy stance. In a b-boy stance. All right, chat. Oh, let's see here. Remember this? Oh my god.
I'm working for an hourly wage. I went to high school.
Didn't get paid, didn't do great. More cash.
More education is what
I'm looking at.
I get
A degree.
I will
Make a bigger salary.
So now I've got to see
But college is right for me.
I went on the
Internet
and found education.
connection.
I took some free tests to find out my
direction.
I'm taking my classes online. Get
My degree on my own time.
education connection. Match me
The right college for free.
Get connected
For free. Education connection.
Get connected for free.
With education. Bro, how is this 14 years old, dog? Oh my god, I'm so old. It's over for me, dude. It's over. It's fucking over for me. Holy fuck, dude. That is... I can't even believe that I fucking remember that. I used to watch so much fucking Comedy Central and Cartoon Network because it would be like Adult Swim, Daily Show, Colbert Report, and like... that used to play every fucking night. Every fucking night, dude. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy, dude. Oh my god, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that I know that shit. Oh my god. You just like unlocked my brain. Oh my fucking god. That's madness, bro. With the right college for free. Get connected. Education connection. That part right there, dude. That shit bangs, dude. The little connection. Dude, that's... I mean, honestly, it was a good jingle. It's a good jingle. Because it worked. It worked. Holy fuck. I wonder how... Well, yeah, where is she at now? What is she up to? I wonder if she got her education. I wonder how that's going for her. Oh, man. All right, chat, listen. Listen. I had more content lined up, but I'm so tired. I don't know what's up with me. I mean, it's almost 4 a.m., so there's that. But I'm tired and I'm hungry, and it's time to call it. It's time to call it. I need to fix my sleep schedule. At least a little bit. I need to try to fix my sleep schedule. Okay? I appreciate you all hanging out with me. Boo, 4 a.m. is early. I know, huh? Yo, what's up, Cryptid? Yo, thank you so much for hanging out with me, chat. I've had a good night. I've had a good stream. Thank you so much for all the love, all the good vibes, all the support. Really appreciate it. The sun isn't even out yet. Some SMH. I know, I'm fucking up. I'm sorry, Work Bond. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, though. Really appreciate every single one of you. I had a good time. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves here. But you know, we gotta hang out with somebody else. We gotta send the love over to somebody else. But who are we going to send the love to is the question. Is the main question. And I'm thinking we're gonna send this love over to Pixel Smixel. Let's go hang out with Pixel Smixel. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna spam a whole bunch of fucking emotes in their chat, okay? My favorite Dota player? Well, there you go. It's her 6-year anniversary? Oh shit. Okay, well let's do that. Yo, what's up, Ben? I have to go to bed too? Well, perfect. Let's before we go to bed, chat, let's go spam some love over at Pixel Smixel's chat, because apparently it's her 6-year anniversary. Pog, go wish her a very happy 6 years, chat. I'm gonna be there with you while I eat some food and hang out in the chat. So the hangout session's not over. The stream may be over, but the hangout session is not. So I'll see you guys over there. Night, everyone. Everybody just hop in this raid. Hop in the raid. Appreciate every one of you. Remember to hydrate. Remember to take your meds. Remember to be nice to yourself. Fuck cops and such. Love you all. See you all tomorrow. I'll be back again for more news, more politics, more comfy vibes. See you guys then. Come hang out with me again tomorrow. Night, everyone. ACAB, etc. Sweet dreams. Bye. 99999.
God knows where I was going, you know. Anyway, it's well, we've made it all the way into my Irish, sanctioned Irish accent. Oh no. Oh, that's not a good time to read now, is it? That's not when I'm partially committing a hate crime. That's not good. Oh no. Oi. Please, you've tried, but unfortunately